How we doing? I forgot to run ads early, because I'm bad. So apologies for that. Also, this is a little too loud, so let's crank that down a smidge. I don't want it to be too quiet, though. I'm going to enjoy the jam, right? But this also still might be a little too loud for me to hear myself talk. Which just means I'm going to start talking louder, and I probably shouldn't do that. That's comfy. I like that. That is not... we're drifting. We do be drifting. So I was not going to play this for the marathon. I wasn't going to play any of the Genesis games because I played the crap out of them. That's why I used them as a foundation for the rating system early on. But then I noticed that I hadn't beaten this on Retro Achievements yet. I've beaten Sonic 3 and I've beaten Sonic and Knuckles, but I haven't beaten Sonic 3 and Knuckles. And why would I ever give up an opportunity to play my favorite game ever? So here he is. And I did grab that, that beta the other night, so we'll do that after. Which is going to be interesting, because I think the beta's only, like, weeks before the game came out. So it's probably not going to be all that different, but I don't know. Things can change really rapidly with game design sometimes, so that it might actually be very different. I wonder if there's an achievement to get a continue here. Or a perfect, rather. And if I've done it before. I have played this on Retro Achievements, I just haven't beaten it, so a lot of the achievements I have already. It seems I played up until Mushroom Hill, and then stopped for some reason. Ah. Well, if there was an achievement, I think I got it already. If there isn't an achievement, I have things to say, because there's like 72 time trial achievements that are probably not easy to do. There was a perfect achievement. It was the first one I've ever gotten in this set. Let's see. Most of these achievements were in April 2024. Who the hell knows why I was playing this at that point, but didn't finish it. In April? Like, I don't even know. That wouldn't have been Challenge League. I want ranks. So I actually flipped a coin when I got up, because I wasn't sure what I was doing tonight. I pretty quickly decided that I didn't want to do Pokemon tonight. I think my team repairs need just a little bit more work. And I think I may have decided who my 6th team member is going to be on that note as well, so... I accidentally despawned the ring because I'm bad. No, I didn't. In some versions... This game's weird, because some versions are slightly different than one another. In some versions, if you pan that ring off screen, it just despawns and is gone. And in some versions, you don't. I don't know which ones are which, because that's too much to keep track of, but I know that it's a thing that happens. But yeah, anyway, when I was climbing out of bed, I was like, well, I could either take the night off, but I was also like, do I really feel like watching anything or playing Marvel Rivals? And I'm pretty sure Eno just wants to play Pokemon, and I just took an educated guess on that one. So I was like, okay, Sonic. I'm gonna flip a coin. Heads for Sonic 3 and tails for, you know, Tails. Tails Adventure being the other one that was in the running. And it came up heads, so here we are. Which I think works out. Tails can be tomorrow. I got turned around. This doesn't usually happen. One short. Are there only 8? I thought there was a lot. But judging from the Sonic 3 achievement set, those time trial achievements are fucking stupid. So I'm assuming that these are also fucking stupid. You basically have to know speedrun tech to do the Sonic 3 ones. And I was like, yeah, that's okay. Sadly, I think that's the only thing I have left for that achievement set, too. Look at that good-ass game design. Giving you a fucking water shield right before water's about to be a thing. Now, granted, there's not enough water in this stage for most players to probably notice that it helps you to not drown. So it's maybe not the greatest, but they all it's just they give you like all 3 of the shields right at the end of the act there. Like they give you the lightning one just long enough to be like, oh, this pulls rings in. Then they give you the fire one at just in time to be like, oh, the fire from the boss doesn't hurt me. That's fucking good ass game design, man. This game's a fucking masterpiece. I don't throw that around loosely. I often go on record saying that perfect 10s don't exist. They do exist, and they're called Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Specifically, Sonic 3 and Knuckles, because I feel like Sonic 3 and Sonic Knuckles on their own are probably like 9s. I would maybe even make an argument for like 8 for Sonic and Knuckles. But together, they're perfect package. Also, if you don't grab the water shield, they put this here so that you can learn, oh, the fire and lightning shields don't last underwater. It's good-ass game design. It's good-ass game design. Oh, are some of the time trials competition? Those probably aren't that bad. This special stage gave me so much trouble as a kid, to the point that I regularly expect it to still give me trouble now. That part in particular. Angel Island time trials, full minute long. Okay, that maybe isn't that bad then. Because I remember the one in Sonic 3 was like, you have to like know the speedrun for this shit. Like it's not something that you're gonna just pull out in like 3 runs. But then this has other, like, non-time trial achievements that look fucking garbage, too. There's one for Marble Garden to, like, not lose any rings, not use super form, without taking damage, entering a bonus stage, or transforming into super form. Like, why? Complete launch base zone act 1 or 2 without pressing left. Like, shut the fuck up. Do the entirety of Death Egg Zone without dying. Or entering super... Entering a bonus stage? Oh, yeah, I guess the checkpoint bonus stages. I was gonna say, there's no special stages in that stage. What are you talking about? Again, they give you the fire shield right before this, in case you didn't get it the first time. Oh, I see. Some of these aren't. They're not all time trials. That's what confused me. They don't have all the time trials in a row. They have one time trial, then they have launch base Act 2 with 100 rings left. Which sounds awful. Then Mushroom Hill, then Sandopolis with a flame shield. Why? Why with a flame shield? That's so random. So, see, I don't know, those don't sound like challenges, they sound tedious. That's kind of where I draw the line. At least time trial I can appreciate, like, okay, it's a game about going fast, there's achievements to go fast. Like, I get it, that makes sense. But those read as, there's one lightning shield in the whole stage, find it, get it, and then never take damage. Bad. It's kind of weird that I actually have the clear on Sonic and Knuckles, because otherwise I would say I've never beaten that game on its own. But apparently I have, because it says right there. Everything's fine. I'm not scared, you're scared. Reserve judgment until you actually do them. No, I think you can tell by looking at an achievement if it's gonna be absolutely awful or not. In some cases, sure, it depends on how much you know the game. Like, if you don't know a game too well, I could agree with give it a shot, because it might not actually be that bad. It might just sound bad. I don't know, I can just... It's easy to think of, like, arbitrary achievements and be like, that sounds dumb. Like, why isn't there an achievement for this boss to beat it without ever leaving the water? Oh, there you go, there's an arbitrary, like, non-challenge achievement for you. That's just, like, tedious nonsense. I mean, it goes without saying, I'm not, I'm not really... retro achievements is secondary here. The primary main objective here is play as many Sonic games as I can. Ultimately, the win condition could beat the game while having a thumb up your ass, and I would be like, I don't fucking care. That's not why I'm here. Don't consider easy the same as tedious. No, tedious has nothing to do with difficulty, but it does have to do with, is it fun? I don't know what that's for. Like, take that Sonic 1 Master System achievement that you say you're never gonna do. Does that sound difficult? No, but it sounds tedious. And not fun. More of that is knowing where shit is than anything, which is kind of like definition tedious. And in this day and age, it doesn't really work as a challenge when you can just fucking look shit up online. So it's not like you're even rewarded for exploring the stages and being like, oh, finally, I found the last one-up monitor. I mean, you can still do it, but I think a lot of people are just gonna be like, I'm just gonna Google that shit, because that sounds terrible and I don't want to do it. Which is fair. I goofed. It'll be fine. I told you it was gonna be fine. I don't know what you were worried about. Hey, Dan. Sometimes you can use some easy achievements. It is kind of nice when you're just like, oh, I can just go do that. Like, not necessarily from a difficulty standpoint again, but like, I mean, sometimes that is the case. Like, there's one in this game to just activate debug mode, and it's like, okay. That's not difficult. I know how to do it. But it is another case of, it doesn't tell you in the achievement text, so you've got to, like, either know how to do it or look it up, which then makes it, why is this an achievement? Now, granted, it's, I think, 1 point, so at least it's not worth a lot. I think that's a big thing with achievements for me, is, like, especially once the game starts getting longer, the achievements have to be, like, accessible. I think that's the big crime with missable achievements, is that they tend to be in, like, RPGs and be a boss in the middle of a 30-hour run. So if you miss it, that's it. Too bad. And in some cases, you can't, like, go back. You just have to do the whole game all over again. It's like, that's just garbage. It rewards players that, to be blunt, have zero responsibility in their lives for whatever reason and can just spend all of their time doing stuff like that. And I say that as someone with an abundance of free time, and it's still like, I don't have that kind of time. Who do you think I am? Yeah, the first super ring you jump into takes super form away. But yes, that's also true that you don't... Even once you have them taken away, you can still access Doomsday. We're probably going to see that firsthand, because I'm very bad at finding special stages in Sonic and Knuckles. I've always been really bad at it. I think I've completed the game without having to backtrack for emeralds maybe once. How many more do I need? Is this the last one? Might be the last one. I am already lost. There we go. I am still lost. This one kind of gives me trouble sometimes too. Navigating this one is kind of tricky. There's this one and there's one in Sonic and Knuckles that I have a hard time navigating. Sonic now has superpowers. That's how they say it in Superstars for some random ass reason. Maybe they didn't want to canonically name all of the characters' super forms, I guess. Maybe that's why they did it like that. I'll do the other character campaigns too. Probably not all of them, because there's probably not going to be enough time. But I'll do what I can. I always have a hard time, like, remembering how long this game is. Because it feels really long. So I don't know if I could do all three in a night, is what I'm getting at. Yay. I'm dumb. I didn't want to interrupt the jam, but I also don't want to lose all these rings. Yeah, Knuckles is like, that's what I'll do second, for sure. So I might not have time for Tails, is really what it comes down to. Ooh. I'm probably going to avoid going super where I can. Because I think one of my only complaints with this game is that you can't enjoy any of the music if you're super. You get to replace one of the best soundtracks of all time with like a 15-second loop, which is just like an objective loss. Oh. Weird. I don't know where I am. And the fact that that can still happen in this game after playing it for 30 years is something. I'm bad. Something... I think my controller's dying. I pushed the jump button like 4 times there and just nothing happened. I think it might officially be that my controller's B button... A button? A button is just dying. I was having that problem a lot the other night, too. I don't remember what game it was. That's fine. Coincidentally, I didn't have that problem yesterday, and that's because jump was bound to a different button on those platforms, I think. Do I want to go down and get those rings? Not really. Hey, at least I like the super form, the super theme in Origins. I like the new one they made. Instead of just using invincibility like they do in this. I like most of the changes that... I think I like all of the changes in Origins except the soundtrack. And I understand that they had to do what they had to do, but... even if they were gonna replace the tracks, they could have just come up with better ones. It's not the fact that they replaced the tracks, it's that the ones they replaced it with aren't very good. Except for Ice Cap. Ice Cap fucks. Like, more than it has any reason to. Also, hey, Lan, how's it going? Wee. Fungo's favorite game. As favorite as always. Oh, that was almost horrible. It's gonna be real interesting hitting the rating document and trying to come up with something mean to say about this game. Right now, all I've got is Sandopolis Zone is kind of a slog. Which feels like not really a criticism. Because I would still rather it over anything in Sonic CD. Can I count it as a negative that they seem like they don't want to, like they seem shy about admitting that Super Tails and Super Knuckles exist? Does that count as a negative? I don't think it does. I don't know if the super form changing the music is that detrimental to the experience, though. And it could also be said about literally every Sonic game. I don't think there is a Sonic game that doesn't replace the music, so that... I'm not trusting that. Nah. I felt it. As soon as I bounced, I was like, nope, this isn't it. This is how it ends. You always get me. Just every time. You always get me. Just every time. Game finally ends at some point. Yeah, but if it was any longer, I think it would overstay its welcome, honestly. I think it actually lasts just the right amount of time. I'm stupid. Can you tell I haven't fought this thing without Supersonic in a long time? I could say it's the Carnival Night Barrels, but honestly, that's a skill issue that I never had a problem with, so I don't think I can say that. Oh. All the negatives I can think of are like, why didn't they ever use Mechasonic again? Mechasonic's badass. But that's not a complaint with the game. That's a complaint with all of the other games after it. Still not convinced on the Michael Jackson estate reasoning. He was never actually credited, so the estate really have any legal grounds? It all depends on what was in the contract. Sega learned their lesson after the Ken Penders bullshit, and they're not about to take any risks. And I kinda can't blame them for it. I think the 90s was such a wild, like, the Wild West in regards to, like, both video games and just licensing in general, that I don't think they necessarily made sure that all of their T's were crossed and I's were dotted. And I think that's now come back to haunt them. There was another game we were talking about recently that we were like, they're never gonna re-release this because of licensing problems. Like, pretty much every game after this, like this and onward, collabed with, like, different musicians for the soundtrack. Like, I think, like, every single one. And they must have just been not good about making sure that the licensing was taken care of correctly. Like, their legal department must have sucked in, like, the late 90s, early 2000s. Now, granted, the Ken Penders problem is an Archie problem, not a Sega problem, but Sega had to deal with the fallout. Which isn't that big of a deal. I don't think many people are demanding a re-release of Sonic Chronicles. But I think that's the big one hit there, that, like, they basically can't release that game at the risk of that asshole trying to claim that they're his characters and that they need to pay him royalties. So they're just going to avoid doing it, and I think that's kind of what happened here. Like, there's probably something... Well, that was interesting. So... I don't mean this to say that you were wrong when you said it, Lan. This is just benefit of the doubt. But Lan said the other night, and we're gonna check this out after this game, that there's a beta ROM from, like, a couple of weeks before the game came out. And Lan said that has the Origins tracks in it. And apparently they weren't supposed to release it with the Michael Jackson music, but they just kind of forgot or did it anyway. I'm leaning on did it anyway. They were probably like, this music's better and we're just using that music. If that's the case, then they weren't ever, like, legally allowed to release the game anyway if the tracks were licensed to Michael Jackson. I don't know if that checks out, because there were other versions of this game that were released with the soundtrack intact. I'd be curious to know when the last one... Like, what was the last re-release of this game that still had the music intact? Because if it was, like, conveniently 10 years after the release, then that means, well, the contract wore out. I think it was a little bit more than 10 years, though. Licensing, music licensing especially, is fucking stupid, is really what we're getting at here. I know people try to be like, oh, Napster changed the music industry, and I don't think it's for the better. Because licensing is a fucking mess now. No, but... I got a little lucky there. I'm not afraid to admit it. But, like, there were other games we were talking about recently. Like, Sonic 06 might be one. The fact that that isn't like most of the Sonic games that were on 360 are now available on the Xbox like storefront for digital purchase with the backwards compatibility with Series S and everything. Series X, X, S, all of those. 06 isn't, which is questionable, and a lot of people would probably just be like, well, they're ashamed of 06 because it sucks, and I don't think that's the case. It could be licensing, because I think they collabed with, like, 5 different musicians for that game's soundtrack. And if that's the case, they have to pay royalties to all of those, unless they do up the contract in a way that says we own these tracks after the fact, which is probably what they do now. Like, they probably learned their lesson and said, if you collab with us, we own these music tracks. I'm guessing they didn't. Which, you know, Sega wasn't really in a position to make demands at that point in time, so they might have just been like, we'll figure that out later. Whoop, I didn't even realize. Honestly, even if you don't know the up and down thing here, you can just kind of, like, jump on it to build momentum. Like, you're not even that stuck. Don't get me wrong, I do remember getting stuck on those as a kid, but, like, I figured it out eventually. I keep wanting to look at chat, but I gotta worry about these dumbass barrels. Like, if I look away at the wrong time, I'm just gonna get crushed. If anything, that's what I dislike about the barrels more, is risk of being crushed. Plus, back on the licensing thing, Ice Cap isn't even a problem with Michael Jackson. It's with that other guy. Which I feel bad that I don't know his name, but... Really, we can just blame a bunch of entitled parents for starting cancel culture, really. Is that one of the earliest instances of cancel culture? It might have been. Has there been, like... any confirmations that none of that was true? Because, like, by now, all of the kids involved are adults, right? So, like, have any of them been like, oh yeah, that was all a fucking lie? Like, my parents made it up? Or are they still standing by the story? You'd think if it was, like... I mean, I guess if they still have a chance to get money out of it, they could potentially stand by the story if they were raised like that. Which, if their parents made it up to begin with, of course they were raised like that. I don't believe any of it, is what I'm getting at. one of the videos of that one channel I've been watching a lot of. I think he did a video on Sonic 3 and a video on Sonic Origins, and he made a joke about how this upcoming boss, he's never fought without Super Sonic, so he doesn't know what it does. Which is funny. A lot of the bosses in this game are like that. If you have Super Sonic, it's just like they just don't matter. Like, as far as he knows, the only thing this boss does is throw the ball. Which is... yeah. Alright, let me... yeah, timer's not moving. This is a good opportunity to look at chat. That's probably what happened, Dan, about, like, the music. Chances are the beta version just didn't have the finished tracks yet. Those were probably placeholder tracks. Because they still had to have something in case, you know, something happened and they couldn't get the tracks done on time. So that's probably what happened, and we'll probably never know for sure. Recently saw in a video that Spinball initially had the Sonic 1 theme as its title screen, only at the rap party did they realize they couldn't do it when a Japanese employee at the party asked how they managed to get the rights. Yeah. Yeah, I think Sega made a lot of licensing mistakes in the 90s and early 2000s. And they may have not been that big of mistakes if it weren't for the fact that Napster happened and completely changed the way music licensing works. Now artists are so defensive about those rights and protective, and I'm not saying they shouldn't be protective about those rights, but they're overly aggressively protective, I think. And I think that has caused a lot of problems for Sega, I think. Again, I would assume that in games like, say, Frontiers, they probably made sure that everything was done correctly so that they own those music tracks and they don't have to worry about it. And again, there was the whole thing with Ken Penders, which probably also taught them a valuable lesson, which really sucks because they didn't do anything. Like, that was Archie's fault that happened. And for those that don't know, Ken Penders was an artist and writer for the Archie comics. And I'm trying to figure out how many of the details I need to go into. Basically, he left Archie. And then when Sonic Chronicles came out, the plot in Sonic Chronicles has a lot to do with the fact that there's another Echidna tribe. They got banished to another dimension. And they're still out there, but they're like descendant or what's the opposite of descendant? Hold on. Ascendant? That doesn't sound right. But anyway, they're out there. And this guy who created all of the Echidna characters in the Archie comics tried to say that this isn't exactly what he said, but he tried to say that they're Echidnas, so they're too similar to my Echidnas, and you can't do that. Which is absolute nonsense. And I think the kicker is that he admits that he knew when he was making those characters that any characters he made for Archie Comics belonged to Sega. He admitted that. But since he knew that Archie's bookkeeping was so bad, they didn't have the original contract. So he sued them over it and got ownership of the characters. Sega can't do anything with those characters without paying him royalties. because he knew that they didn't have the contract and that the legal system was going to weigh in his favor. Which is fucked for a number of reasons. But I think it's a large reason for why Knuckles kind of sucks as a character these days. Because they can't really do anything with him. If they introduce any Echidna characters, that guy is going to be like, that's too similar to my Echidna characters. Apparently he tried to sue him over the movies, too. Because the movies add in more Echidna details. Apparently he tried to sue them about that, too. But I don't think that got anywhere because I never heard about it until recently. But I think that taught Sega a lesson about we gotta be really careful about this shit, otherwise it's gonna cause us trouble in 20 years. The other guy was a frequent MJ collaborator, though, so who knows who actually wrote. Yeah. Brad something. That's the one that did Ice Cap. There have been some refutations as some of the kids as adults. I would hope so. I also don't believe he was doing anything unsavory. Was he weird and had bad judgment? Sure, but was he nefarious? No. Yeah, that's like, it was still weird, but I don't think anything. By now we would know if it was true, because a lot of these kids they'd be writing books and shit to try and like cash in on like on everything about it. Yeah, Brad Buxer? Just outright put one of his own his band's music in Sonic 3. He just went and just did it. So yeah, it's like there's probably some. I mean, and you got to look at like the way retro credits are done too. The credits in retro games are so bare bones. So I don't think they list everything there that we know. There's probably other contracting and licensing stuff going on there. But I always thought it was weird that like when they announced Sonic Mania, I was like, Ice Cap is a shoo-in, right? And then I was very surprised to find that it wasn't in the game. And then that's, I think, when I started reading into all the licensing stuff, and I was like, oh, so they would have had to use different music. Which, again, the original Ice Cap track actually kind of fucks. Pretty sure even way back when the kids of those who brought the lawsuit had already said their parents made them say shit. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. That was like the same era as like McDonald's coffee is too hot, isn't it? That was kind of like when people found out the life hack of you can just make shit up. Like, that might have been a couple years later. So there are adults now who are child stars and like Corey Feldman and Macaulay Culkin who say there was never anything. Yeah, I doubt there was anything. So I don't even think it's that Sega is like still trying to hide the collaboration. I don't think it's that. Because there's no reason to hide it at this point. Like, no one cares. If anything, more people care about them not doing it than there would be people that would care that they did it. You know what I mean? So I have to assume it's licensing. Maybe not. I guess it's maybe the same. I was gonna say not licensing, but royalties. But I guess that might be the same thing. And I don't know how. I don't know how Japan looks at stuff like that. So, like, I don't know if they would be like, we'd rather die than license it. Like, are they trying to just buy the rights? Maybe. maybe they don't want to. I don't know. I just know that there are other instances where it's like, oh, that's clear that this is what's happening. It came up a lot when Crossworlds was coming out because of the fact that there are Sonic and the Secret Rings stages in the game, but no music. And there's a Sonic Rush stage, but no music. Which is kind of like, well, okay, was it a licensing problem? Now, that kind of wound up not being completely true, because the original versions of the Secret Rings tracks are in there. But that doesn't mean they have the rights to remix them. I think that's another weird thing. Like, I don't know. Music licensing is stupid. And unfortunately, they just don't... They're not going to ever say anything. We're not going to see Sega tweet someday like, yes, Michael Jackson worked on these things, but due to licensing, we can't include the music. They're never going to confirm that. They're never going to confirm, like, oh yeah, like, we just kind of didn't have our shit together and we didn't license this correctly. Brother-in-law's credited as a sound designer in the original Halo game and they misspelled his name. Dude, credits misspellings happen all the time. It's kind of crazy. The amount of times I've, like, looked up a voice actor on, like, IMDb, and they'll say, like, this is their name, but they're credited as this sometimes, and also this sometimes. It's like, what is happening? I don't know if that was a localization thing or what. Oh, was that a real thing with McDonald's? I'm sure there were probably people who tried to cash in on it, though, that it wasn't real. And really, with the crediting thing, I think it's just that they didn't take that shit very seriously back then. And now they kind of have to, because people make a big deal about literally everything. And I'm not gonna say that they shouldn't because it doesn't matter, but it also doesn't matter. Look at what happened with the Sonic Mania developers. Like, they caught a lot of flack for after Sonic Mania. I think they did, like, a Kickstarter for, like, their next game. And people were like, what the fuck, you made Sonic Mania, what do you need money for? Just because they made that and were credited as making it, they were having a hard time finding work. Like, that doesn't mean as much as people think it does. Again, I'm not saying that they shouldn't properly credit people. I'm just saying that doesn't matter. One thing that's weird to me, that is, like, almost exclusively a Nintendo thing, right? Is how many remasters they make where they just have a thing that's, like based on the work of the original development team or something. And people make such a big deal about that. Like, oh, how dare they not credit everyone? First of all, Do you really want credit sequences to be longer than they already are? Video game credit sequences are way too goddamn long, and that needs to change. But more importantly, maybe not more importantly, does it matter? When they're remastering a game for 20 years ago, do you think any of the people involved with that are going to get work because they're credited in the remaster? Do you know what I mean? Because they can't put that on their resume because they didn't work on it. So, like, I to a point, I understand that, like, people want to be credited, and again, I'm not saying that they shouldn't be, but I think people try to create this moral high ground of, like, it's wrong to not credit them because it's gonna hurt their career, and I don't think that's necessarily true. It could, in some cases, but ultimately, if you're not credited and then you go on social media and provide proof that you worked on something, I don't think people are gonna be like, yeah, but you're not credited in the game, so it doesn't matter. Like, that's not how it works. And hell, sometimes I think that social media interaction is, like, more valuable in this day and age. I followed the Twitter account for, the IDW comics, Sonic specifically, and they retweet stuff from their artists and writers all the time, which is great. I love that, because that gives them a lot of visibility. More so than being in the credits that no one's gonna read anyway. Hey, really. Cream brings you joy. She's the polar opposite of Charmy. I know I was talking about that the other night. They made Cream like the good kid trope. And she's very adorable and precious as a result, whereas Charmy is like the spoiled kid, not spoiled kid, but like bratty kid trope, and he's awful, and I hate him. And even Cream is like, yo kid, quiet down. It's just very funny. I've definitely jumped right into that and died before. just quick old squish. Definitely died to that one before, too. I've also died to this elevator capsule doing weird shit like that. That has also been a thing that has ended my existence. Which really, I could say, like, all Sonic games have always been janky. The difference is I feel like you have to play this game, like, 137 times to have weird shit like that happen. Whereas you can play Sonic Heroes and it will happen your first playthrough. Without trying to break it. Yeah, remakes are another thing. I personally think it's enough to just say, like, based on the work of, like, dedicated to the original development team or anything like that, I think works. Cause yeah, if, like, so I kind of know someone, and it's really, like, we went to, like, middle school together, and we don't really talk anymore, but, like, I know who he is, and if I contacted him on Facebook, it would probably be, like, we're just, you know, catching up. And he worked at Retro Studios for a very brief amount of time. I don't think he was there long. But, like, why would they credit him for, like, Metroid Prime Remaster? I don't even know if he was there when he definitely wasn't there when Metroid Prime was made, because he's my age. So we were in high school when Metroid Prime 1 came out. But still, he wasn't there when the remaster was made. What's a better example? Because I don't know what period of time he was there for. Let's just say in theory. That was unusual. If he was there for Donkey Kong Country Returns, but isn't there anymore for when they did the re-release on Switch, why credit him? Like, he didn't have anything to do with it. I feel like the dedicated to the original development team, like, kind of covers it. That acknowledges that they put in a lot of work, and care, and effort, and love in some cases. Fucker. Listen, they were telling me to go. So I went. I'm dumb. Yeah, I don't know if Launch Base has, like, a direct analogy. I don't know if that's the right word. Whereas the other songs have been like, oh, this sounds a lot like this song. Hey Giggly, how's it going? How was your Mario Karting this morning? Did you just do Mario Kart, or did you do anything else? I woke up at one point and you were still going. Yeah, some things like level design makes sense because they didn't change the level design. OST makes sense because they didn't change the OST. Like you said, like concept artwork and stuff like that. Like, that makes sense. But also the dumb thing about, like, I said it's, like, explicitly a Nintendo thing, where they don't put the entire original credits in the game and people lose their goddamn minds. Other studios do that too, and no one cares. So I think it kind of just comes down to the Nintendo grifting problem that we've been talking about a lot lately. People are so overly negative about Nintendo. And it's like, you're allowed to be critical and not like things that they do. If you think it was bullshit that they released 3D All-Stars for a limited time, that's fair. I'm not saying you're wrong. But then the amount of people who make it their entire personality to find flaw with the way Nintendo does things, but then still buys the $450 Mario Kart World Bundle, it's like, what is it? Do you not like them, or what? I'm bad. Eno showed me a video this morning that was, like, not even a gaming video, but they made comment at the beginning about, like... Can't even remember how all it went. It was basically like, hey, have you played Donkey Kong? I hate Nintendo. My starter's gonna be Chikorita. I'm still buying things. It's like, that's the way they are, and it's so annoying. It's why I rebranded the channel, because being a Nintendo fan fucking sucks now. It's like that other video you showed me about the guy pointing out that, like, there's not a conversation anymore. That's the shitty thing. It's so black and white that you either hate Nintendo or you think they're completely infallible. And there's definitely a gray area there. And I would say that most people probably reside in that gray area. But online specifically, it has to be one or the other. Rest in peace, Big Arm, by the way. Is that it? Is that too nitpicky? Hold on. Is that my something mean? That they took Big Arm and like, perhaps one of the best boss themes of all time, and took them out of the game unless you're playing as... No, you still hear the music in Death Egg. Maybe that's too narrow of a complaint. I think that might be too specific. Origins adds Big Arm back, doesn't it? Which is pretty cool. This is just cart since it was 2.5 hours. Yeah, it's a fair amount of cart. I feel like game credits could easily be placed into a menu instead of having to appear at the end. If it's there to people to access, great. Movie credits are only on there because it's just a file. I'm okay with credits being at the end of the game, but they need to, like... I think the optimal length for credits is 1 to 2 theme songs long. If you have to start filling in filler music because the credits are too long, your credits are too long. If you have to start repeating music, your credits are too long. If it's, like, let's look at Odyssey, because I know this is just an example that Dan will understand. Odyssey's credits are completely fine. It plays the theme song ends, the credits are over. Beautiful. Chef's kiss, 10 out of 10, no notes. That's exactly what a credit sequence should be. But then you see some of these games that credit absolutely everything. They credit, like, the Argentina marketing team. What? What are we doing? Your credits should not... If your credits are longer than movie credits, you did something wrong. And movie credits are what? Like 10 minutes? And that's, like, acceptable. Like, I'm all about a credit sequence. It gives you a moment of, like, reflection and looking back on the game you just played in some ways. Sometimes they have, like, scenes playing during the credits. It's all good shit. I love that. It's a nice little moment of just digesting everything that you just took in. I love it. But when the credit sequences are so long that you have to start questioning, are we almost to the end of this? Then something... Put multiple names on a line, for crying out loud. The fact that it's one name per line in, like, every video game credit sequence is insane. Because, like, a lot of people work on these things, right? You'd never see movies doing that, because it would take... The credit sequence would be longer than the movie if there was only one name per line. Yeah, I think ideally you could have full credits as a menu option, like you said, that gives the player full control over scrolling through. Which can be nice. Sometimes you just want to see who voiced that character or whatever. I'm okay with there being credits at the end of a game, it's just they need to not be astronomically long. There's no way to play the entire game as one go, something's missing either way. I don't know if I mind that, though. Compared to Mania, where I feel like there actually isn't enough of a difference between the multiple characters. Like, that, I didn't feel as compelled to play through with every character. Whereas as a kid, I remember playing through this as other characters and being like, whoa, this is, like, completely different. Yeah, see, Galaxies are kind of egregious because they're not that long, but you have to watch them, like, 4 goddamn times to 100% the game. And that's stupid. Negative 10-minute time limit per that doesn't bother me. We talked about this yesterday with Sonic CD, because I feel like Sonic CD is good if you like exploring these stages. I don't. I like getting to the end. So that doesn't really bother me, personally. That could work as a negative for you. I'm not saying it's not a negative. It's just for me, that's not it. Oh, yeah, the Kickstarter games that have every backer listed. I think Mighty Number 9 was like hours long. Like, I get it, like, you want to show your thanks in some way. It's just there's better ways to do it. That's all I'm asking. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying there are better ways to do it. I think there's a reason that when you watch, like, award ceremonies and people are given a time limit on their speeches, I think that's why, because otherwise you could thank everyone and be there for forever. This is another one that's kind of tricky to navigate. There it is. Yeah, Mighty Number 9 was pretty bad. I will often give games benefit of the doubt and defend them when I'm like, it's not that bad. Mighty Number 9 was like... Mighty Number 9's problem is it was boring. There was nothing memorable about that game. I figured, like, even so, like, when the I kickstarted that game. I'm not proud of it, but I'm in the credits. I'm not proud of that. But I did. I think that was that the first game I ever kickstarted, or was Shovel Knight before that? My Kickstarter history is all over the place, because I kickstarted Shovel Knight, which is magnificent. I kickstarted Mighty Number 9, which was a disaster. I kickstarted Yooka-Laylee, which was kind of in the middle. Like, it was not Mighty Number 9, but it wasn't spectacular. And I kickstarted Mina the Hollower. I think that might be it. But anyway, we knew Mighty Number 9 was going to be a disaster, right? And I kept thinking, at least we're going to get a banger soundtrack out of it, right? The soundtrack's not even good, man. How did they hire the people responsible for making the Mega Man soundtrack so good, and the soundtrack wasn't good? How does that happen? Did they not give them, like, any time to actually, like, make the soundtracks? Like, what happened? One of these days, so it's been a running gag ever since I started streaming. One of these years, for Halloween, we're gonna play the most terrifying game I've ever played, and that is Mighty Number 9. I've never actually done it, but one of these years, this year we're gonna be a little bit too focused on Sonic Unleashed, I think. Maybe if I accidentally finish that early or something. Bought it for maybe $10, maybe played it for like an hour tops. Yeah, I think I played it and beat it, and I was like, there was nothing memorable about this. See, like, there's all these rings that, like, I know they're there, I just don't know how to get to them. You want Kurobo and you're fighting if... I don't think I know what that is. That's a lot of festival points, Riley. I think that's about where I'm at. I did a lot last night. Man, this conversation has gone places tonight. I kind of wasn't expecting that when I decided to play Sonic 3 for 6 hours. Maybe another parallel between... Not parallel. Not perpendicular, but that's the word I'm gonna go with. Between Twitch and YouTube, because I seem to recall the last time I played Sonic 3 on YouTube, chat was fucking dead. Which was disappointing, because I was like, damn, I can't even just play my favorite game of all time with... And people just don't care. That hurts. Contrary? I like perpendicular. That's your least favorite special stage? Why? You must have hated that it was in Mania. I'm guessing you mean that specific stage and not, like, Blue Spheres in general. Maybe you do mean in general. I think you did mention that the other night, Dan. I think. Maybe it was that you were nearing halfway point. That's the Mario Land 2 one, right? And you haven't been streaming that, have you? Darn. Just not that specific one. I mean, some of the Sonic and Knuckles ones are pretty tough. That was the other thing as a kid. Not only was I not very good at finding the special stages, but they were, like, pretty tough. I'm not a fan of the Sonic 2 half-pipe. I mentioned yesterday that maybe I should do a special stage tier list. Because I liked the one in Chaotix. I don't really like the Sonic CD special stage. But then I don't like anything about that game. So, except for Quartz Quadrant, apparently. Apparently that broke the cycle. Did you know that the Sonic cycle is canon in the comics? My brain is going places tonight, let me tell you. Where was I going with that? Sonic 2s are okay. They're way better in Origins. And I think once you learn them in Origins, going back to, like, vanilla Sonic 2 is like, oh, I kind of get it now. But on their own, yeah, they're not great. The, low draw distance makes them much harder than they need to be. Much harder than they mean to be, I think. Like, I think that's unintended difficulty. Yeah, that's the funny thing, is that the half-pipe is in a lot of games. He probably hasn't played Rush, though. But yeah, Rush 1 and... I was gonna say Rush 3, but what I mean is Sonic Colors DS. I believe that's also a half-pipe stage. I think Sonic 4 Episode 2 has a half-pipe stage. They use that a lot. Better than reusing Sonic 1's again. I do not like that special stage either. Which I feel is probably not a hot take. I feel like most people probably don't like that. And here's another, like, so this has come up so many times as I'm going through the games and rating them, that rating them can be so difficult when you're comparing... A lot of Sonic games are not great. There's no secret about that. But there's two kinds of not great. There's badly designed and badly made. Sonic 1's special stages I hate in design, but they work. Like, they function. I just don't like them conceptually. Compared to Sonic Heroes special stages that don't fucking work. Like, those are just awful for different reasons. So how do you really compare the two? Developers from Chibi Robo are basically making an indie version of it since Nintendo left it to die. They got tons of money for a Kickstarter for like 150,000. Huh, I didn't hear about that. That could be worth keeping an eye on. I only, like, just played it when they put it on Switch Online, and I had a good time. Well, I had played it before that, but that was when I committed to I'm going to play through it and complete it. You bitch. And that was all because I played one of the DS ones for retro achievements, and I was like, this game fucks. That definitely made me, like, I wish Nintendo would make a new one, but they probably won't. I mean, never say never. They made a new fucking Famicom Detective Club, for fuck's sake. You never know. Korobo. Oh my god, it is just Chibi Robo. That's so funny. That's like unapologetically Chibi Robo. Oh wait, I could show you. That is just unapologetically Chibi Robo. I love it. I mean, the art style's different, but still. Like, I don't mean this how it sounds, because I feel like people throw this around too much these days when they say, oh, that looks like it was AI. That doesn't really look like it was AI, but it does kind of look like you asked AI to make Chibi Robo that isn't Chibi Robo. Like, that's how close it is. It's funny how when it's a dead franchise that no one cares about, that you can kind of do that and it's fine. But when you do it over the biggest multimedia franchise in the world and then put guns in the characters' hands, that it is like the most tasteless fucking thing you've ever seen in your life. Digga 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 day you do. Yeah, it seems unlikely that they'll ever do anything with Chibi Robo. It's like, it's in there with like F-Zero and stuff. The fact that we even got F-Zero 99 was a fucking miracle, and the fact that it's fun is an even bigger miracle. See, like, I was saying that, like Nintendo hate is really fucking cringy these days, but, like, you're allowed to criticize them. And to a point, like, so they have a lot of franchises that I like that they don't do anything with because they don't make money. And that's fair. Like, I get it. But really, they're still better than Sony? Sony has so many franchises that they haven't done anything with in, like, 20 years, whereas, like, the fact that Nintendo was like, we're gonna make another Air Ride, and we're not gonna have a 3D Mario be our launch title, we're gonna make a 3D Donkey Kong instead, and we're actually gonna make another Metroid Prime, is like, these are bold moves that are like, they're kind of doing that for the fans. Because they have no reason to believe that any of those are gonna sell well. I don't know how well Donkey Kong Bonanza sold, but like, Metroid is not a good... What the fuck? Not a good selling franchise, so the fact that they made Dread and it was good is kind of like a miracle. Just couldn't be Sony, is all I'm getting at. Well, that was stupid. They're just gonna sit on Ape Escape until the day they die, really. I haven't played Ziplash. Was it bad? Oh, this wasn't even the way to go. I mean, to be fair, I don't think any of the Chibi Robo games sold well at all. So I don't think it's just the fault of that game. That was a little wonky. The tricky thing is they kind of, like, don't report numbers unless it sells over 1 million copies. So it's kind of hard to determine just how badly it did. Because I don't think a single Chibi Robo has sold over 1 million copies. Like, none of them have sold well. I didn't know about this special stage until Mania, by the way. I discovered it in Mania, and then I was playing this game again, and just kind of randomly was like, oh, this is like that area in Mania. Holy shit, it's here too. Yeah, Park Patrol being a Walmart exclusive was weird. They did a bunch of weird stuff with that franchise. Only good thing Sony has made lately is Astrobot. I'm torn on Astrobot because it looks good, don't get me wrong, but it also looks like 3D Mario's greatest hits. And that's fine. I don't dislike it. But yeah, by comparison, I watched someone play a lot of Ghost of Yotei, and that game didn't look impressive at all. Like, I just was not impressed by any element of that game. Even visually, I thought it was kind of drab and boring. Probably thanks to Sakurai for Air Riders. I think he claimed in the first direct that they came to him and asked him to make it. I don't know if I believe that. There was a rumor a couple of months ago about how what they actually did was ask him to make Smash Brothers, and then he said, I'll only do it if you let me make a game that I actually want to make. I don't know if I believe that either, but I don't know why they would have went to him and say we need another Air Ride, of all things. That just seems like a weird play. Why when they have Mario Kart World? Why, like, what, did they half-ass Mario Kart World because they knew Kirby Air Ride was in development? Like, doesn't make sense. Why would they do that? I don't know. That's just a weird situation they're in with that one. Ziplash was just a random platformer. Yeah, that's kind of what it looked like. Yeah, and I know we talked about, you say about Mario Baseball. I know we talked about this, I think, on one of your streams. Because I think you asked, why did they make another Mario Tennis? No one asked for this. And again, going back to sales, Mario Tennis is the only Mario sports game that sells worth a damn, unfortunately. So I guess it makes sense that they would do that one first. I'm optimistic because golf will probably be second, and I had a lot of fun with Super Rush. I just hope they put more care into it than any of the Mario spin-off games. Like, even Mario Kart World felt like a Mario sports game this time around. It felt like they put in, like, minimal effort, which was just kind of disappointing. GameCube box art is like, you clean. Yeah. Advertising in the 2000s was weird. Let's not forget that they marketed Earthbound with scratch and sniff stickers that smelled like barf, I think. That was not in the 2000s, that was in the 90s, but still, the video game market, it was, like I said earlier, it was the Wild West, man. They were just doing shit and just seeing what worked. Oh, your family found out about Chibi Robo and thought you'd like it, so you grew up with it. I think I might have gotten it through Gamefly or something, and it didn't really stick for me at the time. Again, when I played it on Switch Online recently, I had a good time. Like, I actually finished it. How old is Sakurai? He's gotta be like 50. Probably. He was like in his 20s when he made Kirby. I do think Riders is going to be better than Mario Kart. I wonder if that's why Mario Kart's not getting any updates. Because if they think that if they put too many updates into it, they're just going to cripple the Air Riders sales. Because then, like, who's going to buy it if Mario Kart's getting updated every week or every month? Like, and maybe that's why they're holding off on that. And I think Sakurai did confirm that Air Riders is not going to have DLC. It's not, like, it's just going to be a complete game, which I respect. Mario Kart World could never. I don't get why, because the tennis games are always mediocre. Yeah, the Switch one, it was good, but it was so... So I have a big problem with the way multiplayer games are handled in this day and age. And Sonic Racing Cross Worlds didn't do this, which is why I'm liking it so much. And I think everyone here is gonna, like, understand what I'm getting at here. But if you look back at the Wii era, the GameCube and the Wii era, look at, like, Mario Kart Double Dash, Kirby Air Ride, Mario Kart Wii, Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Look at how much there is to do in those games. There's so much stuff to unlock and different modes to do. And it's just so cool. And again, Sonic Racing Cross Worlds did that. There's stuff to do. Whereas games like Mario Tennis, even Mario Golf to an extent, Mario Kart World is just like, you can play online. That's all you want now, right? That should be enough for you? You don't need modes, right? You can play online. You have infinite opponents to play against. And that's
all they care about. It's so funny that, like, people criticize Nintendo for being behind on online play, and once they caught up, I feel like their game design is now suffering as a result. Like, I would have preferred, like, Smash Brawl, where there's actually shit to do. And shit online. I feel like that was actually better. And they can still do it today, but I don't think anyone cares to do it, I think is the problem. They're just kind of like, have good online, that's all that matters. And it's like, I don't know. Again, I think that's why Crossworlds hit so hard for me. Because there's actually, like, stuff to do in that game. Now, I may have done it all, but I had a great time playing it, so... Brawl had online, but it was not good. I remember it being really bad. Hey, Alexander. Sacrifice 55 looks late 20s, early 30s. It's something with, like, Japanese genes or something. I feel like a lot of Japanese people look a lot younger than they are. Yeah, those Kirby amiibo are something else. There's like 5 or 6 of them, and aren't they like 40 or 50 each? I don't know why they think Kirby is such a cash cow all of a sudden. Yeah, Mario Sports Mix was a cool game that I never really played all that much of. Miyamoto looks his age, never mind, he's 72. Yeah, he doesn't look it. He looks like maybe like 50. Like, maybe like mid-50s. And yeah, you say Mario Kart World. I think it's funny. I've mentioned you a couple of times on stream when talking about Mario Kart because I think you play Mario Kart 8 on stream more than you play Mario Kart World. Now, part of that might just be that you have more viewers that have Mario Kart World, which makes sense because it's the most owned game ever. But I also think it's just that there's nothing to Mario Kart World. Like, I think if it was a $60 game, I wouldn't have cared. And I got it for $50, and I still feel disappointed because I bought the bundle. But it's like, it feels so undercooked. And the fact that it's an $80 game makes that extremely disappointing. Because you'd expect a lot more out of a price tag like that. And I guess, like, it was fun while I played it, but I have no desire to go play more of it, is kind of what it comes down to. Yeah, Mario Kart World is weird, because I think the new tracks are good. Like, I think they've got some great new tracks in there. And I don't dislike the intermissions as much as a lot of people do. In fact, I think the intermissions help to make the game feel... I remember remarking that it was an easy game to autopilot. It was an easy game to pick up and just play for like 3 hours, and it doesn't feel like it gets monotonous because of the intermissions. But then, on the other hand, a lot of the intermission tracks are not very good. Like, they're just kind of straight lines, and there's just nothing there. A really good point I heard recently about Mario Kart World that I don't even remember where I saw this video. I don't remember who the creator was or anything, but it stuck with me because I was like, this is a really good fucking point. Because they pointed out... Actually, I remember it was a video about how Sonic Racing Cross Worlds is better than Mario Kart World. That's what the video was. But they pointed out that... Which I think this is subjective. They pointed out that the parkour system in Mario Kart World is really good. I disagree, because I think it has a tremendously high skill ceiling that most players are never going to interface with at all. They're just going to ignore that it exists. So I think really it's only good if you're like a speedrunner time trialer, which is fine. But they made the point that it's so stupid that you can go in the time trial, workshop those courses endlessly, and find all sorts of cool shit you can do with the parkour, and then it doesn't fucking matter when you play online because it's all intermission courses, and you can't do the intermissions in time trial. And I was like, that's a really good point. There's no point in training to be better at the courses if they don't let you play on the courses. Like, I didn't really think about that until they pointed it out, and I was like, that's a really good point. I think Mario Kart World would be a lot better if there was just simply 2 queues. Like, if you could choose, I'm gonna do courses with intermissions, or I'm just gonna do Grand Prix when playing online, I think it would be significantly better. Ow. Because then you got both. Because I think the intermissions are fine, but I can also understand why people would be like, I don't want to always do the intermissions. The intermissions give a good feeling of, like, you know, like road trip. Like, you're moving, like, across... I don't think I've ever seen him do that before. You're moving, like, across the... That was supposed to be a spin dash. Stop interrupting me, game. Like, you're moving across the world. You're racing across to the continent, which I think is just cool conceptually. I actually pointed out while playing Cross Worlds one night, I think it would have worked better if... I don't remember any of the course names in Mario Kart World, so just take what I'm saying conceptually. If you hop online and you're doing a race on just the Mario Brothers circuit, and you do a 3-lap race, and then after the race it asks, okay, which course do you want to go to, and you pick Choco Mountain. I think if they did lap 1 on Mario Brothers circuit, lap 2 as the intermission, and lap 3 as Choco Mountain, I think it would flow a lot better. I think them making it that you have this huge intermission and then you get to the course and only do 1 lap is what makes it feel so bad. Like, I think it's a salvageable system. I don't think it's awful. I just think it's undercooked. Like I said, I think that game might have needed another, like, year in the oven. They put all of their eggs in the basket of the intermissions and the free roam. And I feel like free roam especially swung and missed. I don't think anyone gives a fuck about the free roam. So all of that effort they put into putting, like, the switches and shit out there is, like, completely lost, because I don't think anyone cares. But then it's also, I've mentioned, you built this big open world. What are you doing? Why is there not, like, a Battle Royale mode where they drop 100 players across the entire continent, and it's just battle mode where you have, like, 5 balloons and you have to go around finding items to stash so that you can defeat the other players once you find them, and you have, like, a Bowser storm pushing you closer to one point. What? Why? Well, they didn't do anything with the free roam. They made it, and then they were just like, okay, it's there, it's a sandbox, have fun. But they didn't do anything with it. The game had so much potential, and they just didn't tap into it at all. It kind of reminds me of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, because we've been talking about that recently, with Pokemon Legends CA. What? You can do that? I found a thing. I think the way game design is supposed to work, and this is as someone who has extremely limited experience with it, to be completely clear. One of these days, I'm going to be talking about game design, and some asshole's going to be like, yeah, well, what games have you made? And so I have to constantly put that disclaimer in there. What's a good example? Like Bonanza. Like, can Bonanza work? Bonanza can probably work. Odyssey can probably work. I think those are both good examples. When you come up with, like, a concept for a game, like, for Bonanza, what they probably did is, like, honestly, that was probably a Mario game to begin with. And then they decided, hey, what if you can destroy all of the terrain? That creates a chain reaction where you have to start asking yourself, okay, if we do this, how is this going to affect the rest of the game? So when they started with that, and then they were probably like, well, does it make sense that Mario's destroying all this terrain? He's not, like, super strong. Maybe we should put another character in there? I'd like to think they probably thought of Wario first, but didn't think that would sell as well, so then they went with Donkey Kong, which is fine, because Donkey Kong's also great. But then you just have to question, like, what does that mean for the rest of the game? And again, like, we talked about this with Scarlet and Violet, where they made Pokemon Scarlet and Violet open world, but they didn't question how does it being open world affect the other mechanics of the game. And that's something that I don't think they did great with Mario Kart World either. I mean, they did use it as an excuse to do the intermissions, so they didn't not think about it. But I still feel like they could have done a lot more with it. Whereas instead, they ultimately kind of created a situation of, I've seen what I need to see. I'm gonna go back to the game that has 96 playable courses. Because it has more variety. It was almost like Mario Kart World was a nice vacation, but then it was like, God damn it. If you ever need evidence that I'm more engaged with chat than the gameplay, take nothing more than what just happened. I'm behind, too, but I'm also, we have that problem that for some reason Sonic games, when you pause them, don't want you to listen to their music. So I don't want to just leave it sitting in silence. Yeah, like, 8 was pretty good, but it was also, like... It also does still have that problem of all it has to it is online play. But then it also had the advantage of everyone and their mother literally owns that game. Which I think maybe Mario Kart World is going to have some evergreen appeal, because eventually people are gonna buy it, and there's gonna be people to... That was the other thing. When I streamed it, no one was playing it. Like, I didn't get anyone that was like, hey, can I play? So it was kind of like, it wasn't even good from that regard. Owie. I'm trying to, like, get glimmers of chat and being like, okay, let me talk about this while I play. But also, ads are playing, so I should probably take an outright break here in a second. Unfortunately... Is this one of those stages where, like, once I finish the boss, it, like, auto-pushes me to the next stage? I'm not sure. Owie. I mean, this is a good opportunity, because I don't really have to do shit here. They really blew it with the free roam. Yeah, I did just enough to get mirror mode, and I'll never touch it again. Because I definitely had that problem where... that open world problem of... I gave it a shot, and I kept being like, oh, what's over there? And then I'd go over there, and there was nothing there. It was just empty. And I was like, okay, that's how we're doing it. Open world for the sake of open world without actually making it compelling gameplay. Love to see it. Free roaming only works if you have a moveset designed to maneuver such a world. Parts are not that. That's true. That's another problem I had with it for sure. Compared to Sonic Frontiers, it's fun to move around in the world, so it works. But Donkey Kong Bonanza, it's fun to move around in the world. Even Odyssey, to some degree. I wouldn't really call Bonanza or Frontiers or Odyssey open world, but maybe that's why they're fucking good video games. So Mario Kart 1 actually runs at a reasonable frame rate with decent visual style. What, compared to 8? I mean, 8 ran fine frame rate wise too. The world does look nice. That's true. It does look very nice. Oh, to Scarlet and Violet? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of comparisons there that, like, I'm not saying it's as bad as Scarlet and Violet by any stretch of the imagination. Scarlet and Violet might be the worst video game I've played in the past 10 years? Maybe? No, because that would include Mighty Number 9, right? Honestly, it might have been worse than Mighty Number 9. I don't know, that's a tough call. Mario Kart World isn't bad. I think that's where, like, the Nintendo hate comes in. I don't think it's a bad game. It's just an underwhelming and boring game. Mighty Number 9 may have ran at a better frame rate. I had it on Wii U. I guarantee you it did not run at a better frame rate. The Wii U version was really bad. The frame rate was so choppy that it actually made it difficult to play in some places. Yeah, it's true. World having up to 24 players is probably good for streaming. Again, I didn't get, like, a single person wanting to play. I think it was just me and Eno the whole time, so that didn't really make effect for me personally, but I could see it being good in that regard. And private lobbies do give you control over, like, not doing the intermissions and stuff, so that's nice. Open world games with not much to do is lame. Let me just dial that back to open world games is lame. Yeah, Mario Party Jamboree had that same problem of, like, it was good, don't get me wrong, that was, like, the first one I've bought in, like, 20 years, and it was fun. But yeah, it lacked that, is there anything to do? There's 2 unlockable characters, and you just have to find them on the main menu screen and look at them, and then you get them. Like, it's so, like, non-involved. Now, you do have to unlock the courses, I guess, or the boards, I guess, but even that is, like, happens pretty quickly. Breath of the Wild was just alright for you. It was probably the best open world game I've ever played, but that's not saying much, because it's still an open world game. I think the only reason I liked it as much as I did was because of, like, the point of, like, where my life was at the time. Because, like, looking at it now, there's nothing about that game that I liked. But at the point that it came out, I guess I just, like, had nothing else going on in my life, so it was kind of a nice escape. But I definitely skipped Tears of the Kingdom, because I was just kind of like, I don't want to play Breath of the Wild again. Like, I did all the shrines and everything. Like, I was thorough with the first game, but I've never had a desire to play it again. In general, and this is going to be one of those things that people are going to be like, yeah, duh. In general, I maybe don't think Zelda games are that good in general. In general, just saying in general. Not only are they, like, not great, but it takes forever to see a new one. I can't remember, like, was Twilight Princess the last Zelda game that I was actually like, this shit fucks? No, Link's Awakening Remake was really good. Stop, please. Metropolis-looking ass. Link Between Worlds was good, I guess, but I didn't play that until, like, much later. Like, I didn't play it at launch. And I liked Skyward Sword more than most people do, but, like, even when I was playing it for the first time, I was like, this writing is so bad. So, like, I acknowledged that it was flawed. But, like, even Echoes of Wisdom, I was like, it's alright. It wasn't like, holy shit, this game changes everything. And I'm kind of glad that people are reaching a point of, like, Breath of the Wild fatigue. Because, like, they're making another Hyrule Warriors set in that universe, and I think no one cares. Which is something, because Age of Calamity was sick. If you want to count that as a Zelda game, I guess. I liked that game a lot, but I just don't want another Hyrule Warriors set in Breath of the Wild land. It's interesting to be like, oh, this is going to show Zelda's side of Tears of the Kingdom. That's an interesting idea for it. It's just, I'm also just like, who cares? And it is cool that we're getting another one where Zelda's the main character. Like, that's also cool, but it's just, you know, I don't know. How about you make one that shows Link's side of Echoes of Wisdom? There you go. Complete with, like, that toy box aesthetic and everything. I'd be on board for that. Maybe part of it is I just don't like Breath of the Wild's art style. I think it's aged, like, I don't know, what doesn't age very well? Other than cheese. Milk. I'm trying to think of something that people, like, don't commonly use for for that analogy. Are there any special stages here? I know there is, but I'm so bad at finding them. Never mind, there's one. Completely intentionally. Aged like shredded cheese? I don't know, shredded cheese, like, if you buy it shredded, it actually lasts quite a while. Now is when we play Keep Up. Keep Up? You know what I mean. Sorry, Breath of the Wild isn't that good. I think a lot of my distaste for it, because when I played it, I was like, it's fine. I really didn't dislike it at all at the time. I was like, it's fine. I'll probably never play it again, but it was fine. I didn't hate my time with it. But then I started streaming on YouTube in like 2018, and that game was so fucking overhyped that I am definitely... I definitely have a bad habit of, like, when something is liked too much, I start to dislike it just to be contrarian. But that game was so overblown on YouTube. And I think that's kind of what killed it for me. But even then, once Tears of the Kingdom came out, I was kind of already out of that atmosphere, and I was still kind of like, yeah, I don't really need to play that game again. Because even people who... I even heard from a lot of people who liked Breath of the Wild and liked Tears of the Kingdom that they were still kind of like, yeah, it's the same game. Like, if you don't feel the need to play the same game again, you don't really need to. And I was like, cool. I don't have to spend $70 then. All these reasons are why I prefer open linear, as we've called them before, like Arceus and ZA. Yeah, Arceus was similar to Odyssey and Bonanza and Frontiers, where what they call it in Sonic Frontiers is open zone, where it's like you have levels, but they're all individually large, whereas ZA is more like... I hate to use this comparison, but almost more like Grand Theft Auto, where it's a sandbox where you're kind of restricted. Well, at first, in those tutorial hours, you're restricted with what you can do. But then, like, you have to progress the storyline to open up more stuff, which is fine. I don't dislike it. I do like it more than open world, for sure. Open world always seems to miss for me. Breath of the Wild is good because it is truly open world. You can finish the tutorial, and then you can do whatever the fuck you want. You can go straight to the final boss. You can never go to the final boss. You can just decide to do other things instead. That's what open world is to me. So it excels at that. And then the other game that excels at that was Starlink Battle for Atlas, which no one played, but it was very similar, where you complete the tutorial, and then you can do whatever the fuck you want. It is truly open. They never pull your invisible leash and say, no, you're not supposed to go that way. I think those are the only two open world games that I've ever been like, this delivers on the promise of open world. And I think that's what bothers me about open world, is that I think people are more captivated by the promise of what it could be than what the games actually wind up being. Because a lot of quote-unquote open world games are not open at all. Take Scarlet and Violet. Like, I guess realistically it was pretty open, but to a flawed degree. You wouldn't even put Breath of the Wild in your top 30 games? No, definitely not. I wouldn't even put it in, like, top 5 Zelda games. I wouldn't put it in bottom 5. Don't get me wrong, it'd probably be in the middle somewhere. Yeah, I was kind of curious how you were feeling about Echoes of Wisdom, because I mostly liked it. There was two big things I didn't like about it. It's too goddamn yappy, which goes for, like, every Nintendo game that's come out in the past, like, 10 years, except for Bonanza and Odyssey. The game loves to talk at you and not actually say anything, and as I get older and more impatient, that is horrible, and I hate it. Like, there's the whole... I don't know how far in you are, but there's this whole chapter where you're dealing with, like, the politics between Zora tribes, and it's like, who asked? It's not interesting. It's just yap, 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 yap. But then, maybe more importantly, is I don't really like the puzzles in that game. There were a lot of puzzles that I felt like I was cheating and bypassing, which wasn't a good feeling. I buy a game to play it, not skip the content. They took this approach to the puzzle design where they were like, oh, sometimes we want to let the player feel like they're cheating. I don't want to feel like I'm cheating. I want to interface with the puzzle you made. You made it. I want to play it. I want to solve it. I don't want to be like, oh, if I put a bed against this wall, I can just walk past it. That's cool for speedrunning, but it felt like too encouraged in that game. But it otherwise, like, it had a lot of charm. I overall liked the gameplay of, like, summoning monsters to do your bidding. Like, that's kind of fun. I feel like Zelda fans are mostly those who might be negative towards Breath of the Wild, whereas non-Zelda fans are more inclined to be the ones who like it. I do think there's a divide there, for sure. The problem is... because thankfully they still make quote-unquote traditional Zelda games, which is good. But they also only make top-down Zelda games. I don't think we'll ever get a game like Ocarina of Time, like, ever again, for better or worse. Because I think Breath of the Wild has consumed the 3D Zelda this is what it is. But the problem with, like I was saying with just Echoes of Wisdom, with the openness of it, I think Aonuma, I know, Aonuma thinks there's no going back. He thinks every game has to be open-ended no matter what. And I think he's wrong. I think that's flawed logic. I don't think Zelda's gonna be truly good again until someone else directs one of those games. We've talked before, back before Air Riders was announced, and I kept saying, I hope they let Sakurai actually do something he wants to do someday. Like, maybe, like, a new, like, not necessarily a new Kid Icarus, but kind of what he did for Kid Icarus Uprising, where he made a new installment in a franchise that, like, kind of looked to revitalize it. And we talked a bit about, like, well, what other franchises should they give Sakurai to see what he can do with it? Honestly, I'd like to see what he could do with a Zelda game. I think it would be unlike any other Zelda game we've played, for better or worse, really. But I think that's what the Zelda franchise needs. Let Aonuma make the open world ones, that's fine. But I think he needs to not be involved with the traditional ones, because it's almost like Zelda's having a Sonic problem, where, like, a couple of years ago, this isn't the case anymore because they're starting to get it, because Frontiers was good, Shadow Generations was good. But people used to say that Sonic Team doesn't know what makes a Sonic Team fun. And I think that's the Zelda problem. I don't think Aonuma understands what makes traditional Zelda games appealing. I don't think he knows. I don't think he gets it anymore. Which is fine, let him make something else. But if you're gonna make traditional Zelda games, I think he needs to not be involved, to be honest. Because I just don't think he gets it anymore. And Echoes was okay. I didn't dislike it. I would say I liked it more than I disliked it, but it was still, like, it just didn't hit quite right for me. Someone got over 6,000 rings in one race? That can't be legitimate. That they had to be hacking. I don't think you could get that many rings in one race. That was, they changed the items to only give them 100 rings or something. Rather stylized artwork than Uncanny Valley realistic style. I agree, but I don't think Breath of the Wild's art style is where it's at. Like, yeah, would I like that more than the people who are like, we ported Ocarina of Time to Unreal Engine? Absolutely. Why would I prefer that? Like, absolutely. Yeah, open world. I've been vocal. I mean, Eno can tell you. I've been vocal about open world being shit for, like, I don't know. How long would you say? As long as it's been a thing, I've always thought open world was not good. Like, I understand... Like I said, I think people like the idea of open world more than the execution of open world. And I can understand that. I think the idea, I see what you would like about the concept, but I think the games often swing and miss. Again, that's the big, like, if we're doing the thing I'm doing with the Sonic Marathon, say something nice about a game and something mean about a game, that's the something nice about Breath of the Wild. It is actually open world. It takes, what, maybe 2 hours to get through the tutorial, at most? If you're going really slow, and then it is truly open. That's something they did get right. I don't know if Tears of the Kingdom is the same. I would hope so. A lot of what I didn't want to... I mean, one, I didn't want to play Breath of the Wild again, but I also don't like the building mechanic that they did for Tears of the Kingdom. I've tried it in other games, and I never like it. So I was, like, kind of like, why would I try it here? Where'd you put Zelda 2? What, between, like, traditional and 3D? It's just its own thing. It'd be cool if they made another one of those, but I don't think that's gonna happen. I think we have to rely on indie developers to make more games like that. Barely paid any attention to the dialogue in Echoes of Wisdom. It's because they're not saying anything. Nintendo has such a bad like, again, I don't know if Tears of the Kingdom is like this. I don't know how yappy it is. But, like, a lot of Nintendo games just yap, and they don't say anything. They interrupt you to talk, but it never feels like they're actually telling you anything. They're telling you things you already know, at best. Or in the case of Tears of the Kingdom, they're just yapping about, like, politics, and it's like, man, who cares? Alright, now back to our regularly scheduled best game ever. That is kind of like... I'm going through it with what I pointed out. Like, when was the last good, like, great Zelda game that I loved, and that most people loved? Twilight Princess was, like, 20 years ago. Oh my god. How old am I? How did this happen? Link's Awakening was even further back than that. I guess for the sake of a reference point, those are like my two favorite Zelda games, is Twilight Princess and Link's Awakening. But even then, like, I feel like those are so far beyond everything else. What would I say is number 3? I guess Ocarina of Time? Like, I do think that game is, like, actually has aged pretty well. Which I was surprised by. I didn't think it would. And then I replayed it, what, last year? And I was like, nah, this game's pretty good. Honestly, it would probably put Skyward Sword, like, up there. I think that game's pretty fun, it's just the writing's really bad. But I think it has a lot of cool gameplay ideas in it. Take it easy, Eagly. Thanks for stopping in. Inspiring a lot of this conversation. It was a good time. If anything, I feel bad that I had to pause as much as I did. I'm not used to, like, chat taking that much of my attention. There's definitely a period on YouTube where that was just, like, not a thing. But I love it, though. Don't get me wrong. I think, Like, if anyone were to ask, like, oh, why do you stream? You obviously like video games, right? At least I would assume that, even though I've watched a lot of streamers that clearly don't like video games. I think the bigger one is just, like, I like talking about video games and game design and everything. Unironically, like, game design might be my passion. As I beat this boss. I just realized the juxtaposition is kind of out of control right now. Yeah, I was glad to catch your stream the other day, because I hadn't seen any for a while. I'm going to stop talking to you so that you can go. You're probably very tired. I need to take a break soon. I haven't taken a break yet. What am I doing? I usually like to take a break whenever ads are playing, so that people don't miss anything. But especially when we've got, like, a conversation going, because that's probably my least favorite thing. Like, sure, it can suck when an ad plays and you're, like, kind of watching the game and you kind of miss something. It's worse for me when there's a conversation happening, and then you miss what the hell... You miss, like, the second half of the streamer's thoughts. And this conversation is interesting from your perspective, Dan, because both Sonic and Zelda are ones that I think you've talked about, like, oh, I should go back and try to give all of them a shot. I think I would probably recommend Sonic first, because I think the potential problem with Zelda games is that they're longer and slower burns. So if you get in there with one that you don't really like, you're gonna be in there for a while. Whereas if you don't like Sonic Adventure, then it's, you know, it's like 8 hours long at most. Get into a Zelda game you don't like and you're gonna be there for like 30 hours, which, you know, that's rough. Now, there's some exceptions. Sonic Heroes overstayed its welcome, for instance, but... How many emeralds did we have left? 2 or 3? We might be okay. There's a fair number of them in Lava Reef that I actually know where they are. I think that I only know where, like, 1 is in this stage, and it's, like, I often completely miss it. Oh no. Riley, are you still there? Can you see why I say that it's bullshit that Sand Road is based off of this stage? Like, it's obvious, right? The only similarity between the two is desert and ghosts, I guess, but the ghosts are completely different designs. Shit. I don't know where I am now. Cool. What happened with Assassin's Creed? Yeah, those games are probably even longer. I legitimately don't know where I am right now. This is something. That was the problem that I knew I was getting into when, like, a year ago, when I was like, I'm gonna replay every Pokemon game, because I need to remember that these games aren't horrible like Scarlet and Violet is. And each of those games is, like, 30 to 40 hours long, so, you know, that's a grind. That's why I didn't do it on stream, because I knew that was gonna be a bad idea. Why did I think there was a special stage here somewhere? Okay. There we go. The worst thing Prince of Persia ever did was becoming Assassin's Creed. I don't think I've ever played a Prince of Persia game. Or an Assassin's Creed game. I don't really like Ubisoft very much. Which I think is a take that no one's gonna argue with. You can stand on top of him? Why? Why is that a thing? Oh, I should have waited there for a second. I should have taken that as an opportunity to take a break. I'll just have to find a special stage ring, and I can do it there. Alright, for those that aren't super familiar with this game, we're getting into the storytelling portion of it, so... Which might... So, going back to the rating system, something that's going to be interesting here is I am going to try to say something nice and mean about Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles individually. Try. I don't know if we're going to... how that's gonna go, but I'm gonna try. But I think Sonic and Knuckles is gonna be storytelling, pantomime storytelling. Great example of what I was just griping about with Nintendo games is sometimes you gotta, like, show, not tell. And I think this is, like, an excellent example of that. Oh, that would be a cool cross stitch. Probably wouldn't be too big either. Should I, like, point it out? Should I do the sequelitis thing where I'm gonna blow your fucking mind? Because it starts here. You can see the death egg in the background. Like, this is where it cratered on the island. It's called foreshadowing. Whoops. That wasn't gonna hurt me anyway. What was I doing? Oh, I didn't know this one was here. God, fucking 30 years and I'm still finding new shit in this game. To use another sequelitis line, it makes me rock fucking hard. Fuck, I forgot. I was so excited about finding a special stage I've never found before. Bum, 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 bum. This game makes me feel like a fucking kid again. Which I need 5 days after my 40th birthday. I kind of a minor gripe, because you pointed it out. I don't... From the exploration standpoint, the timer doesn't bother me, but it does bother me from a streaming standpoint, because I can't just pause without it being a major problem. It feels dumb to break now, because we're basically at the end of the game, but... I guess realistically, like, Death Egg's pretty long. There's still a fair bit to go. I learned recently that Hypersonic can breathe underwater. I didn't know that. So I'm just gonna put that information out there for anyone else that didn't know it. Doomsday exists, but it's not long. Most of the stages are not long at this point. It's just Death Egg that's long. I guess I'll go ahead and play a couple ads while doing this. Why not? Pretty good chill track for the break. Couldn't have planned it any better myself. Oh, all right. So I think what we'll probably do is wrap this up, go check out the beta, and then come back to this and do Knuckles playthrough. Do you think it's overstating it to say that Knuckles playthrough might be like an hour shorter? That's probably overdoing it. Probably like 30 minutes shorter, though, at least. One of the Carnival Night zones just, like, doesn't exist. Does he not get a Lava Reef Act? No, he does. I was gonna say, I don't think he gets a Lava Reef Act 2, but no, he does. No Sky Sanctuary, no Doomsday, no Death Egg. Alright, also, new Dew just dropped. My roommate must have found this while they were out today. Trolley gummy worm flavor? Sure, why not? Ordinarily, I'm all about gummy bear flavored soda, because I've had it a couple times and it fucks. I don't know if this one quite hits. Oh yeah, this one. This is the one that I always have a hard time navigating. He gets a boss at Sky Sanctuary, but no stage. And even then, I guess Sky Sanctuary isn't really all that long anyway. This is another one that's in Mania, and I hate it. Okay, this went pretty well, though, all things considered. Show you the combo on your day off. I hate to break it to you, Riley. I don't know when my next day off's gonna be. I usually have some pretty good momentum on streaming right now, and I don't really feel like I need days off. Because I've been having so much fun with these games. Like, tonight should have been a night off, but I was just kind of, like, not feeling it. I was like, no, I want to play Sonic, man. Now, a lot of that was due to the sleeping trouble I was having there for a while. Which, knock wood, seems to have subsided. But there were a lot of days where I was like, if I take a day off, I'm just gonna, like, sit here falling asleep in my chair. Like, I'm not gonna do anything with the time off. So why take time off? But fortunately, I think that finally has subsided, and I actually can't remember the last day that I had a hard time sleeping. Honestly, you could just take a picture of it and put it on either DMs or on Discord itself. I should have hypered first, but that's okay. But there's also, like I've mentioned, I think taking a picture is probably the best way to do it. Because I think I mentioned last Crossworld stream that, like, I don't pay attention to what car you're driving. Especially in a festival when the colors are changing anyway. I pay zero attentions. Hear me out. There's an achievement for having 400 rings in one stage. Ordinarily, I would not, because look at this nightmare fuel. That's not worth anything? It's Sonic and Tails, baby! What the fuck? Oh, come on. Well... Well, so much for that. Got 300. Right. Oh, okay, fine. So I said that every Sonic game with Supersonic replaces the music. I actually don't know if that's true in Superstars. I also don't think it's true in Generations. So there's some exceptions there. Oh damn, so getting through those ranks really isn't that big of a deal. I'm still not sure how I feel about... I mean, I'm probably going to finish the Pokédex. I don't know about the Mega Pokédex, because getting that amount of money and Mega Crystals is going to be, like, a really big grind. So I don't know how much I care about doing that. So even the Royale ranks in multiplayer kind of aren't that big of a deal, is what you're telling me. They really committed to that concept and then, like, didn't do anything with it. I still think what I was saying the other night, I think they should have made it that once you got to, like, rank V, it should have been, like, completely secondary at that point. And that should have been, instead of the Pokédex, instead of the research for Mabel, I think the depth should have been, go participate in the Royale, get your ranks up, and then you'll get rewards for reaching certain ranks. I think that would have been more interesting than just sidelining the Royale the way they did. And ultimately, the research is just Arceus Light. Like, it's not really all that compelling anyway, I don't think. I also found out that research isn't was gonna say infinite, but that's not the word I'm looking for. You can't get to max rank research unless you do all of the research tasks, which I didn't realize. I kind of figured there would be more than enough and that you could just pick and choose. So that might be another thing that I might not care to do, because the reason I found out about that was I saw an article about someone 3D printed a machine to autopilot the game and do the 1000 battle research for them. And I was like, yeah, that seems like a lot. I don't think I knew this one was here either. Although that makes me wonder how many battles I have. But 1000 does seem like a lot, especially if it doesn't count multiplayer, which I don't know if it does. Oh no. It's my bad. Yeah, the crystals are probably not that bad. They probably would have been better if I had realized that I sat at the cap for way too long without spending them, because I just didn't really think about it. I guess I didn't consider that there was a dex for the Mega Evolutions, I guess is what it comes down to. If I had spent them once I had capped it, I think it would probably have been fine, but I'm pretty sure I spent half the game just sitting at 999 and not giving a fuck about it. Oh, is that where you get the Master Ball? I didn't think about that. I knew the shiny charm was there. Oh. Do I want to try to do that? I think the hard thing is getting past this. Like, okay, walking back what I was complaining about, this one kind of presented itself. And I guess what it comes down to is the achievements should be better worded. Because it says, like, to beat this act with a lightning shield, which sounds awful, but if it were to say there's a get the lightning shield before the boss and then beat it without losing it, it's like, oh, that doesn't sound that bad. Phrasing is everything. Instead, they phrased it in a, oh, you already know what to do, right? You know which lightning shield we're talking about. And it's like, no, I don't. So a short delay to the game capture as long as you time with it. There shouldn't be a delay. I almost lost it. Because I'm listening to what you guys are hearing. There shouldn't be a delay. I guess the microphone has a delay? Because I was gonna say I can't, because then it's gonna be delayed for me, and then it's not gonna change anything. I guess my headphones have a delay. I guess that's the problem. Which, again, I can't really account for. Because, again, if I add an audio delay to the game, then it's gonna be delayed for me. And I can't undelay my headphones. I can. There's just, it's really convoluted on how to do it. But it is, in fact, possible, because I remember I had to figure it out once. I'm not using the OBS preview to play now. But I am hearing it to hear the game. You probably haven't been around for when I've griped about this setup, but for retro achievement stuff, I'm using an old computer to capture this. To capture it from my current computer, because my current computer is getting so old and tired that it basically can't do anything at the same time it does OBS. So I have it all pushed through into the other computer, and then that's where I'm hearing it, but I'm still playing it on my old computer. But I'm getting the audio through the new computer. Which was a weird thing that, like, I can't get dual audio to work on my headphones. And for some reason... Well, I guess it's not that I can't... I mean, I can't get it to work, but that's irrelevant. The bigger thing is that when I plug the computer into the Elgato, for some reason the Elgato steals my audio entirely, and it doesn't still pass it through. So the only way to hear it would be to put my headphones in on the computer that it's captured to. It's stupid. I hate it. But it's this, or like literally every game I emulate is going to be laggy as fuck because my computer's old. And I mean everything. Like, even, like, NES and Genesis games lag like crazy because OBS just takes up too many resources. But yeah, I think the only way I could fix it is if I use headphones that aren't wireless. I guess that's an option, but the wired headphones I have aren't the greatest quality. So I'd rather not. They're also not very comfortable. So the other option is to add a buffer to OBS, because then I actually can add a negative delay to things. Basically had to figure out... So that used to be a problem. Why was that a problem? On my old capture card, it was an issue. I don't know. Eno might remember some of it. This was like before the streaming days. This was like for videos. There's something wrong with the like older OBS where like... I think it was that I couldn't add delays to desktop audio or something? Anyway, I had to figure out time travel to make it work. And I basically had to, like I said, I had to add a buffer to OBS so that it deliberately delays everything by like a full second. And then you can basically tell something to undelay for a second. Which is as nonsensical as it sounds. But it worked. I just don't have to do it anymore. So I guess I could do that. Do that and then add a negative delay to the microphone. But that's kind of the only thing that can be done. Short of getting a new computer, that would also help, I guess. I think it was to keep us in sync. I think it was like... I think it was that I couldn't add an audio delay to desktop audio. At all. Like, I think originally you just couldn't add a delay to desktop audio. And the older capture card had like a 1.5 seconds of delay. So I had to have a 1.5 seconds of delay on my microphone, but there's no way to do that for you. So I had to instead add the buffer so that I could add a nega delay, if you will, to the capture card, so that it was forced to be in sync with us. It was really stupid. And I'm glad I don't have to do it anymore. For multiple reasons, because now I have a better capture card and I don't have to worry about a delay anyway. There is a small delay, but not enough of one for me to care about. Yeah, I wanted to kind of willingly let that run out. Boing. Fuck. I was looking at chat. Yeah, I think I wound up using Ultra Balls for a lot of the later deck stuff because I got tired of wasting my time, especially with the ones that were, like, kind of rare. And even then, some of them played hard to get. No, I don't need troubleshooting. I know what to do. I just don't want to. I know exactly what has to be done. Jet is one of the Hawks of all time. I mean, you're not incorrect. Oh yeah. Doesn't count for the trainer battles. That's rough. I feel like 1,000 solo trainer battles is a hysterically high number. Like, we're probably, like, how many do you have? And we're probably about at a similar point in the game, right? And it is trainer battles, like, wild battles don't count either, so... Dude. $213, yeah, that's... I don't know what they were thinking. 500 would have already been a terrible grind. Like, what, do they expect people to actually interface with the Royale that much? Why? The game undermines the Royale otherwise. You have no reason to interface with it that much. Game's fucking weird. I guess we don't know what post-game's gonna be like. Yeah, the restaurants are probably the way to... Well, that and the Royales are probably faster. While the restaurants are probably more autopilot. That was how the video I saw about automating it, that's how they were doing it, was the restaurants. Which, don't get me wrong, is, like, impressive engineering, because they had to set it up in a way that it would, like, it just mashes it's already a turbo controller, I think, and with A is just set to mash. And then what they had to do was create something that pushes the lock-on button at, like, the correct intervals to know, like, okay, they sent something else out, push it now, which is, like, you know, that's something that's very cool about engineering, is it's very, like, hey, we found a problem, let's solve it. Even if it's a problem that's kind of trivial. Like, I can respect that. So I think the achievement was to do the entirety of Death Egg without dying. But I also can't enter a super form, and that seems like the bigger problem. Because that means I just can't... Eventually, I'm gonna instinctively double jump, and it's gonna happen. Yeah, they even had a backup plan. Which I do have to take back. At one point I said that hold items were completely pointless in ZA because you're just going to be holding... I'm not doing this thing without super form. Fuck this boss. I said it doesn't matter because you're only ever going to be holding Mega Evolution items anyway, and we only ever found, like, one hold item. I was looking through my inventory the other night, and I have so many hold items. So at some point I started getting them, and I just wasn't paying attention to them. So they do exist. Oh. Yeah, this boss sucks. I still don't think... I mean, I guess I should use them. Yeah, a lot of them were from side quests. If not all of them. I mean, I should probably give one to, like, Glaceon. And Pangoro, probably. I don't know what I would give to Pangoro. Glaceon's kind of obvious. But then the other 4 members of my team can all Mega Evolve, so... Ooh. This part sucks. Yet still better than Sonic CD, don't at me. Oh god. Dick. So I don't know why this popped back into my brain. I mentioned earlier that the Sonic cycle is canon in universe in the comics. I also don't know the Sonic cycle, which isn't really relevant anymore because the last couple Sonic games are actually pretty good, was the fan cycle of new game is announced, fans are optimistic, game comes out, it's pretty bad, and then it repeats itself. We act like we learned our lesson, and then they announce the new game, and we're like, oh, maybe this one will be good, and then it's not good. In-universe, the Sonic cycle is that Eggman basically comes up with a plan to dominate the world, and would succeed, but he gets so caught up in the ego battle of trying to beat Sonic that he, like, fails. Because he does something stupid, because he would rather beat Sonic than win. And then he gets defeated, and then he comes up with a new plan to try and take over the world. Basically succeeds, but then gets distracted because he'd rather beat Sonic. I thought it was pretty funny that they made that, like, an actual thing. Comics are good. Comics are good. Big recommend. I kind of don't understand why people don't like the guy's writing, to be honest. It is very, like, MCU-like sometimes. Where they'll just, like, arbitrarily be like, hey, remember a thing that happened? And then the fans pog up and point at the screen like Leonardo DiCaprio. Like, I understand that reference. Like, it does do that a lot. But I don't know. I'd prefer that over the games completely acting like the previous games don't exist. Some of the games are very Saturday morning cartoon, where they just, you know, everything's fine by the end, and then it doesn't matter towards the grand scheme of things at all, and I don't know, I don't like that very much. I like continuity. For better or worse, because now we have to deal with the fact that Knuckles kind of sucks, because he really needs, like, a good reason to leave the Master Emerald on the island. Which calls into question so many games about, like, well then what about this game? What about Heroes, where the Master Emerald isn't even mentioned? What, did you just leave it unattended? What if Metal Sonic went and got the Emerald? Like, what would you have done then? Even in Sonic Adventure 2, they're not even on the island when he shatters the Emerald to protect it from Eggman. Like, what were you doing? Did you just park the island and decide to go on an adventure with the Master Emerald? Like, Movie Knuckles is gonna be, like, one of the best versions of Knuckles ever, basically, because he's not anchored to the island. But it is kind of alarming when they're basically dealing with, like, a zombie outbreak in the comics, and Knuckles is just kind of like, well, they can't make it up to my island, so it's not my problem. And it's like, dude, like, that's dark. fuck the world because it's not gonna come up to the island and bite me, so, you know, fuck it. It's like, man, that's... I understand you got priorities, but... Damn, dude. Which actually makes me wonder... Hold on, I'm having a moment. Because part of the thing during the robot zombie outbreak, they explain that Silver's there because after Forces, he goes back to his time and there's nothing left. There's no life at all. So he comes back to help stop that. And then you find out that this robot zombie outbreak, that the virus has a instability, and eventually they just disintegrate. So that's why all the life is just completely gone. But if that's the case, where was Angel Island then? If Knuckles was correct, then Angel Island would have still existed somewhere, right? Knuckles would have been dead by a long shot because it's 200 years in the future. But in theory, the Angel Island and the Master Emerald would have still been there, right? Would people have not used that as a sanctuary? I guess he wouldn't have let them, because then they would, if they brought the virus up to the island, then everyone's fucked. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe they went up there as a sanctuary and then everything got screwed up. Anyway, that's something I like about Silver in the comics, is they actually explain why he's in the present day. And they explain it by that he's like, he keeps going back to his time and things are still fucked up, so he comes back to try and fix it again. I do kind of like the fan canon. Maybe not canon, but prediction that Silver's antagonist might be Sage. Because as an AI, she's around. She's never gonna die or anything. She's gonna outlive Eggman by a long shot. At some point in Crossworlds, she calls herself, like, the rightful heir to the Eggman Empire or some shit. So, like, she's gonna be around. It does kind of make me want to see them explore that at some point. That actually gives the future some sort of continuity, which makes Silver matter. Whereas otherwise, he's the only character in the future, so it's kind of like, who cares? Oh my god, the juggle. That did... Hello? This boss doesn't make sense. By the way. I don't care, because it's epic as fuck, but it doesn't make sense, because he's still in the Death Egg robot, right? So he's, like, in the distance. Like, he's way behind us. How are we able to make the missiles hit him like this? Because as soon as it explodes, you see he's still in the Death Egg robot that we just fought. But it's much smaller. And we don't get bigger, so that has to be in the background? But then how are we damaging it anyway? It doesn't matter. It's a badass set piece. That's really all that matters. I gotta hurry up here, because I don't think I'm gonna be able to get enough rings to keep this going. I think we're okay, actually. Yeah, it's true. If they destroy everything and he's just up there on the island, no one's gonna threaten the Master Emerald. That's zombies and Sonic. Yeah, the first major. Well, okay. The first arc in the comics is directly after Forces, and they reveal that after his defeat, Eggman gets amnesia, and they have to. So Eggman is still terrorizing the land, but it's not actually him. And they find out that it's Metal Sonic. And I joke about what would he have done in Sonic Heroes if Metal Sonic went and found the Master Emerald. That's exactly what he does in the comics. Is Knuckles is still down there helping everyone with everything that happened in Forces, so that Master Emerald's unguarded. So Metal Sonic just kind of goes up to it, and he's just like, "This is mine now." But after that, Eggman gets his memory back, and he creates the Metal Virus, which, think of it like Venom. It's like a symbiote kind of thing, and he means to just kind of douse everyone in it, and then it gives him control of this infinitely reproducing metal army. But there's two problems. One is that it's both that they're unstable. The first problem is that he loses control after a while because it keeps mutating, so he can't actually figure out how to control it. And then the other problem is that he finds out that they just disintegrate after a certain amount of time. But it gets pretty dark, because it does end with them all going to the Angel Island, because that's pretty much the only safe place left. And of course, at that point, they have to work with Eggman, because he's even like, this isn't exactly what I was going for. Oh. I left out the other problem. A fucking Starline, who we mentioned yesterday, because he's based off of a glitch in Knuckles Chaotix. He decides to ask the Deadly Six for their help because they can control mechanical creatures. And then, of course, they double-cross Eggman immediately. So then they have to deal with that. Mega Man X's Maverick Virus? Not really. But the Maverick Virus is weird. And I know you watched that, like, 8-hour lore video on that stuff, but the Maverick Virus eventually becomes, like, not a virus? It's weird. In the later games, it starts to be like, if you think differently than I do, you're a Maverick. And it starts to become like, wait, so people can choose to be Mavericks? And it gets really sketchy. I guess... No, I still wouldn't say it's really like that, because the Maverick Virus just kind of makes them go berserk, right? Whereas the Metal Virus turns them into mindless slaves. And they just kind of wander aimlessly and infect everything. So it's not quite the same. Alright, cool. Got the beat and I got the all emeralds. And I didn't have to backtrack. I'm pretty proud of that. Because I usually have to. Let's see, 49% of achievements. Beaten. Anyway, long story short, the comics are cool, and I recommend them. The only issue is that the Deadly Six are in it. The Deadly Six suck. That's actually what made me realize the Deadly Six kind of suck. They're very, like, one-note villains. Also, the Babylon Rogues are in it, and Jet sucks. But they're not in it a lot, so I guess that's fine. Alright, so we are going to pivot and check out this beta build of Sonic 3. And then I think after that, we're probably going to come back and do Knuckles' playthrough. I do need another break really quick, though. I'm drinking too much liquid, so... I need a bathroom break. Which is annoying, because I should refill my water, but I'm already drinking too much of it, so I'm not going to do that. Alright, I guess I should do the rating thing really quick too, actually. As I said at one point, I think Alright, I think together, these games make a 5 out of 5. I think. Masterpiece. During this playthrough, I don't think there was a single moment where I was like, ugh. I mean, there's like a couple of bosses that are like, oh, this one's rough. But it's not anything experience ruining. I have them both down as 5s already. I guess I should count this as Game 15 and Game 16. Because I do have them listed individually. I don't know if I'd say that they're 5s on their own. But I'm gonna knock Sonic and Knuckles down to like a 4.5. Because... we'll get into that. Okay, Sonic 3 first. Something nice and something mean. I don't even know where to go with something mean on Sonic 3. I think Sonic 3 is really solid. Again, I can't say something nice is the soundtrack, because that's cheating. And it doesn't apply here, but I can't say that something mean is jank. I have to be more specific than that. What's the opposite of a backhanded compliment? A front-handed criticism? Because I guess would something mean be that, like, it outgrew the ambition of the format and couldn't fit on one cartridge? I could spin that as a negative and say that it's, like, unfinished, but I don't think that's true. I think it stands on its own completely fine. I think the something nice, and this is going to be weird, because I just said that something nice about Sonic CD is that the stages are more open. They're less... almost hallways. Sonic 1 stages are very linear. There's a couple, and I don't mean straight line, but there's, like, only one path to take. There's a couple of exceptions there, like, I think one of the marble acts, there's, like, multiple paths, and a couple of the labyrinths have multiple paths. But for the most part, it feels kind of straightforward, and I think Sonic 2 is mostly the same. Sonic CD is when the stages get a lot more open and playground feeling. But I think Sonic 3 is where they got it right. The stages are bigger and more open, but it still feels like they have flow to them. Like, it still feels like you never find yourself being like, I'm lost. I'm just looping around endlessly, which happened in CD and in Chaotix a couple times. You know, it feels like there's always an obvious way to go. So I think it mastered the stage design. Like, you always know where you're going, but there's always other paths of, like... I mean, how many times in this playthrough was I like, I've never been in this area before? That's how big the stages are. I've probably played this game 100 times, and there's still stuff in the stages that I'm like, have I ever been here? Like, I don't think so. And that's good. Yet, despite finding areas that I'm unfamiliar with, I never found myself thinking, I'm lost. I don't know how to, like, get out of this loop I'm in. So I think that would be it, where, like, I guess mastered stage design. Like, I feel like the stage design is just good. Something mean is real tough. I could say it's too short, but I don't think it's too short. I mean, I guess it might be shorter than Sonic 2, if you take it as just Sonic 3. Sonic and Knuckles is easy. It's the pantomime storytelling is magnificent. I think the downside with Sonic and Knuckles is that I don't think those stages are as good as Sonic 3. Mushroom Hill is good, Flying Battery is good, although Flying Battery was technically supposed to be in Sonic 3. It's supposed to be between Carnival Night and Ice Cap. Sandopolis is a slog. Lava Reef is kind of a slog. Not as bad, but it's better. And that's kind of where the storytelling starts coming into play. So it's more interesting at that point. I don't know how to say what I'm looking for here. Can I just say Sandopolis? Will that will that wrap it up cleanly? Does that make enough sense on its own? I mean, I still think Sandopolis is leaps and bounds above, like, any stage in Sonic CD. But I do think that might be the... you know what? You know what actually makes me say that Sonic and Knuckles isn't as good? I mean, that is one of them, is I don't think the stages are quite as good. I think Sonic 3's stages are just mostly better than Sonic and Knuckles. But I think the thing that really drops that game for me is they backpedaled on having save files. I think that's why I never beat Sonic and Knuckles until, like, recently, was because all of a sudden it's back to the design of, oh, you lost all of your lives? Well, so much for that. Start over. Which is like, you already knew that was bad game design and changed it in Sonic 3. Why did you step back there? So I think that's kind of what holds it back for me. If I had to pick between Sonic 3 or Sonic and Knuckles, I'd pick Sonic 3, and I think it's for that reason. And because I think the stages in Sonic 3 are just better. But then the finale of Sonic and Knuckles is so fucking good. But that kind of falls into the pantomime storytelling, I think. How do I want to phrase that in a short amount of words? Took back save files, I guess. Okay, so I said Sonic 3. I wouldn't say it's incomplete or unfinished. I think the game still stands on its own. However, as I said, Flying Battery was supposed to be in Sonic 3. So they did kind of take content out in the interest of making Sonic and Knuckles longer, which I could count as a downside. Because Sonic 3 has 6 zones. If it still had Flying Battery, it would have had 7, which would have made it a little bit more well-rounded, I think. Again, how do I phrase that simply? Sacrificed Flying Battery. This is really interesting, trying to come up with something nice to say and something mean to say, because it's not easy in a lot of these cases. And in both directions. Some of the games are good enough that it's hard to come up with something bad to say, and some of them are bad enough that it's hard to come up with something good to say. And then there's some that are just kind of middle of the road, like Sonic Chaos. Like, Sonic Chaos is, like, the best I could come up with for something nice was, it's fine. It's just fine. So I'm glad I came up with this idea. Not came up with it. Saw a content creator that did it, and I can't even remember who the content creator is now, sadly. I thought I knew, but I tried to find their videos to rewatch them this morning, and I couldn't find them, so I think it was someone else entirely, and I just don't remember. I think, like I said, I think Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles together, obviously it breaks the rating system, but I'd probably give Sonic 3 and Knuckles like a 5.5. It's in a league of its own. I think the two games together make such a complete package that... And if you think about it, looking at the something means, linking the game together, it negates those bad things. So it really does make it, like, a 10 out of 10. Like, just perfect. The only thing I could still think of is, like, Sandopolis is kind of a slog. Like, some of those later zones are very, very large. Perhaps too large. And the Carnival Night barrel exists. but I'm not going to dock points for that. And dropping Sonic and Knuckles to 4.5 puts it on par with Sonic 2. I think that's fair. Maybe not, because Sonic 2 is way longer. But it doesn't have Knuckles. So I'm just gonna pencil that in now. Something mean doesn't have Knuckles. Yeah, I didn't do 3D Blast yet. Save systems in Sonic 3, though? Why would they waste limited space implementing again? Yeah, maybe they just assumed that people were going to play the games connected anyway, so they didn't stick it in there. I don't know. I do think it kind of holds the game back, though. Especially because of the stages being so long and arguably more difficult. It really feels like an expansion to Sonic 3. And it does... you can play it on its own, but I feel like it's at its best when it's connected to Sonic 3. Sonic 3 just makes it better. I think they both make each other better. Something bad for Sonic and Knuckles is basically that it isn't attached to Sonic 3. Yeah, I stand by that. You've sacrificed a stage in Sonic and Knuckles in order to add a save system to that standalone experience. I don't think a save system would take up that much space, would it? But probably not, because I do think the game is already, like, too short on its own. My gut says Sky Sanctuary, because I actually don't like Sky Sanctuary very much, but that's a opinion and not... I think removing it from the game would hurt the game. So I don't think I could get behind that. Come to think of it, 3D Blast doesn't have save files either, which is also weird. Save files in the 90s were very strange. It's just so weird that some games have them and other games don't. Maybe they are more complicated to implement than I realize. Yeah, I played Complete. I actually mastered the Complete achievement set on Retro Achievements before they took it off. Because of redundancies. Alright, we might come back to this tonight. We're going to check out the Sonic 3 beta. Actually, hold that thought. I wanted to do some research first. Bum. This is Elements. This isn't quite what I want. What? I think that's it. Oh, this was actually a couple of months before the game came out. I was wrong about that. I said it was a couple of weeks. That is not correct. Yeah, November 3rd, 1993 beta. This pre-release prototype version of Sonic 3, a lot of progress had already been made, but a huge amount of content was initially changed before the final release. The Sega intro is reused from Sonic 2, though somewhat glitched in appearance. The title logo is altered. Sonic and Tails use their Sonic 2 sprites. Sound test menu is identical to the one used in the final version. Main article. Same amount of content was initially changed before the final release. Most, if not all, zones contain an altered layout, mainly for Sonic and Tails' route. I don't want to read too much into the things. I'd rather just experience them. But I was just kind of curious of, like, the main talking points, I guess. Like, what is the significance of this? That was, in fact, kind of weird. Oh boy, that's a placeholder graphic if I've ever seen one. Dude, that was so quick. Oh god. I don't know how playable this is. I guess I should state. I've seen these sprites before, so I didn't know that that was a thing. Alright. Oh. Start me out. That do be a Sonic 2 looking ass. Oh. This is gonna be really silly. Oh! Apparently I should have let the intro play. Hold on. That was a lot of different animations. But yeah, these sprites are still in Debug, I believe, because I think that's where I saw them. I remember playing with Debug a lot when I was a kid. Okay. So we don't canonically start with the Chaos Emeralds, and he steals them in this. He's just kind of like, hey, follow me. Oh. Huh? Why did Tails pop his head in and then immediately disappear? Oh, okay, no special stages yet. Oh, there's Tails again. Okay, so he does follow you. Aren't there spikes here in the final game? Oh, so fast. Oh, that was funky sounding. Oh! Okay, so it's not a boss, but it can hurt you. This is fascinating. Oh, no. This is all different. The music's different, too. Like, it's the same track, but it's mixed differently. Oh, no, it's the Lion King. Also, I will say, not to be call-outy, Lance said this has the drop dash in it. It does not have the drop dash in it. I just tried. Don't have the insta-shield either, on that note. Whoa! It does have the drop dash? How did I do that? It's a different input. I don't know how I did that. Worth noting that this is the Sonic and Knuckles version of the mini-boss theme. Sonic 3, if you play on its own, has a different boss track. A lot of the sounds are really fucky. Don't do it. No act clear music. Also, it switched to the Act 2 music after the fire, instead of actually in Act 2. I don't know, is that the case in the final game? I'm not sure. This is a beta build, Riley. This was from early November 23. The game came out in February 24. So this was like 3 months before release. I mean, it functions. It's playable. How sad is it that a beta build is still not the most broken Sonic game to exist? Yeah, like, I accidentally did it. I don't know how I did it. And I can't duplicate it, so I have no idea how it works. Tails just constantly dies. You gotta feel bad for him. I keep trying to insta-shield, doesn't exist. None of the special stages are there yet. Yeah, Tails just sometimes dies for no reason. But you know, what else is new? But even more than usual. A lot of that stage design was different. Oh! Still a more functional game than Sonic Heroes. Yeah, I never play with Tails following me. He gets you in way too much trouble. Oh, it's up? Why is it up? You have to hold up and jump when you're jumping. Why? Why is that a thing? Why did they think up was an idea? I mean, it is an idea. You can't say it isn't. I love how that's Sonic's victory animation. Oh. You know what's weird? I recognize that music, which means they used it in something else. And I'm not sure what. Was this still named Hydrocity? Because it's looking a lot less city-like. Also, the bubble shield doesn't do anything. Like, I assumedly it helps you to not die, but... Oh, there's a spike there. That's... It doesn't? What does the water shield do? Okay, the drowning music just breaks the music. You hate to see that. I wonder if that'll fix when I, like, get out of the water or something. Oh! Oh! Oh no, so does Hydrosity suck now because you actually have to breathe? This might be something. Oh, what a vicious trap. Are you joking? I think what we've learned is that Sonic 3 used to suck. Why would that be a trap? That is so mean. And it doesn't even shoot you high enough to, like, give you air. That's brutal. Okay. That can happen in the final game, to be fair. You lose speed if you hold down there. That's interesting. Yeah, there's like no point for this now. Wow. Okay. So I guess that's just a Sonic 2 shield now. Oh, not like this. I don't know what to do about this little bastard. Oh god, it hurts. Oh. Oh, that's not good. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, it just doesn't have a hitbox at all. This is bad. Oh, I did it! The drop dash defeats the piranhas. Oh, is it because I had the piranha on me? That's weird. Okay. Why would the piranha, like... So I guess the piranha makes your hitbox inactive? That's bizarre. I love the... Oh, no. Oh. Okay. It almost feels like there's something on this wall that I should be able to go through, but I can't. The drop dash is weird. Oh, so it's the same... Okay, I understand. It's the same input as the super peel out. It's just he jumps before he does it. That's really weird. It's just up and jump. Alright, well, this stage is non-functional, so... I was concerned that that could be a thing, that some stages might just be uncompletable. Now, what happens if I do this? Okay, it does put us down here. Okay. Carry on. Oh, I hate it. still a more functional game than Sonic Hero. Okay, that's... Now that we've actually hit a soft lock, I think that's not true. Memes aside. Please? Oh, these don't spin you right round like a record, baby. I think the screeching sound effect got stuck. I'm sorry. So how is the end of this gonna play out? Is Knuckles still gonna hit us with a trap? Because we don't have any reason to, like, not trust him right now. Canonically. What in the ass is this here for? And why does it not really work very well? Okay, this is something... Is it to catch... Oh. Weird. Yeah, Riley, that's a thing. They thought... They tried to make Rouge less sexy in Heroes, and they failed hard and made it more sexy. So they changed it back again. It's really funny. The text score timer ring count look different. It does, like... It has glitchy colors sometimes. I think when Knuckles is on screen, it changes colors. I think the font is the same? There's no invincibility graphic. If it's not the same, it's the same as, like, Sonic 2. So maybe they just didn't update it yet. Well, that's not good. Oh, that sounded weird. And I didn't like it. And now the music is gone. Still a more functional game than Sonic Heroes. Sorry. No, I don't know. It looks like they had a completely different direction in mind for Knuckles at the beginning. It's weird that Tails is even here, come to think of it, because we don't come in on the plane. So when did... Oh. There's the music again. Where do I recognize this music from? I've heard this before. So they've used it in something. I just don't know what. The surprising thing to me is that the bosses are intact. Like, the bosses are done. These aren't, like, placeholders or anything. These are complete bosses. And there's, like, some graphical errors, sure, but... Oh, I was gone there for a second. But this is, like, this is the same boss. Which I guess makes sense. Bosses are gonna have, like, the most shit to, like... troubleshoot, I think. So it makes sense that they would have tested, like, got completed and tested those sooner rather than later. Because as we saw in Sonic Advance 2, the last thing you want is for, like, one of your later bosses to not be tested very well. Maybe Advance 1 is a better instance of what I mean there. Ah! Oh. So a lot of the act transitions don't work. Well, it's not that they don't work; they weren't implemented yet. Let me rephrase that. So you might just have to be doing a lot of resets, which is fine. There's no emeralds to lose anyway. It's maybe just a shame from a game flow standpoint, because there might be things that we're not really seeing. See, this is the same stage. So far. Oh, it's so laggy. Oh, it's so laggy. Holy hell. Yeah, Sonic's idle animations are always really funny. Because sometimes it's just not your fault. You're like, man, there's nothing I can do. And Sonic's like, hey, what the fuck? Can we go now? I'm waiting. And unlike Angel Island, like this Hydrosity sounded fine, and this music sounds fine. Like, this sounds final. No, I don't think he's said anything worse than dang. What? Honestly, people give Shadow grief for bad language, and I don't think he's even said anything worse than damn or hell. Now, granted, we now know that the original script of Shadow the Hedgehog had him saying fuck, and then they decided against it, which I think was for the better. I think that may have done irreparable damage to the franchise if they allowed that. As funny as it would have been to hear him belt out a "What the fuck, Tails?" Hey, fuck you, Sonic. Whoa, Shadow. You can't say that. I think it would have been real hard to take Shadow seriously after that. Also, Fire Shield doesn't do anything. You can still drop dash with it, though. And cause trouble. On that note, though, I found something really funny the other day. Which is one of those you can't make this shit up moments. So they released the animated shorts before Shadow Generations came out. Dark Beginnings that kind of explains why he's going to the Ark and kind of sets all that up. And they're very good. I recommend watching them. I was watching someone reacting to them when they originally came out, and for some reason they decided to check the Japanese versions of them to see if there was like dialogue differences. But the problem was is that they didn't know Japanese. So the way they were reading what was being said was through YouTube's auto translate. And for some reason, I don't know enough about Japanese or localizing from Japanese to understand how this happened. At the end of the second part, Shadow's trying to find a way to get to the Ark. So he's talking to Rouge and Omega about it, and Rouge says, "So do you want to go? Do you want to go raid a gun? Do you want to go raid a gun base?" That's the line in English. For some reason, the Japanese line gets auto. They probably fixed it, but at the time of release, the Japanese line gets translated to, "Do you want to go to a gun base and have sex?" I shit you not. If it wasn't that he had video evidence of it, I never would have believed it. I don't know what wire got crossed in that translation. Also, there's no music, and it is deafening silence. But anyway, I thought that was really funny. Because it was like, how does that happen? I'm sure they fixed it within, like, hours. Oh, God. Oh. I think I may have... I slept well, but I think I slept poorly because my neck hurts. And I don't know what that's about. Oh. Okay, sure. Just no animation for that. I'm not gonna lie, Marble Garden is Sonic 3's Sandopolis, right? This place kinda drags. Yeah, it would have been M-rated for sure if they went through with that. Somewhere they got the idea that it wasn't a good idea, and I think that's for the better. Again, it would have been funny in hindsight, but I think it would have done... Oh... I think it would have done permanent damage to the franchise and Shadow as a character. It would have been really hard to take him seriously. It was already really hard to take him seriously for a couple of years there after Heroes established the amnesia shit. I hope they don't go with amnesia in the movies. Uh-oh. Oh, I need the thing. Like, can we just skip the amnesia part? It wasn't good writing. Like, it was... not great. And I don't think we have the time to... Unless... Aren't they doing a series for Shadow like they did for Knuckles? If they explore it during that, that would be fine. I don't think we have the time in the movies to explore an amnesia storyline. But also, what would the point be? Unless you're gonna bring back fucking Black Arms, which I hope they don't. Aha! Not the... Oh, fuck. I was gonna say, not this time. Also, a weird thing I noticed about the movies. Well, not noticed, but like it's just something I hadn't thought about before. But in the game universe, Gun has been around since the 50s. Whereas they're only recently formed in the movies. Which makes sense the way they are building that world. Alright, what do you think the chance of the Tails carrying you boss working is? My bet is on extremely low. I don't think it's gonna function correctly at all. Oh my god. He learns one lesson and fails the other. My bet is I just die. Well, I don't know, the bosses have been pretty functional so far, so this might be fine. Nope, I'm dead. I should have gone with my gut. I wonder if you can beat him before you die. Probably not. This just goes to show you how much game development has changed. Because look at this game and everything they accomplished in 3 months before the game came out. Like, they changed so much. Nowadays, when a game is like 4 months out, it's pretty much done, and they're just doing like quality assurance. Alright, so I guess that boss is just non-functional. That's sad. You... Even Tails is like, ugh. This... Oh, there he goes. It's like, even Tails is like, this music? Fuck this. I'm just gonna stay here. So I'm just taking it in. It's still not great, but is it me, or does this sound better than the versions in Origins? I know they did remix them for Origins, and I don't know why. I assumed it was that the original versions were not good. This is like, the instruments are fine. How in the fuck am I supposed to get through here? I hate this. Am I not supposed to... I have to go this way. Oh, God. This is awful. No wonder they changed this. This is... How am I supposed to get past this, conceivably? There we go. Holy moly. Oh, I hate it. Oh, what did I do to deserve that? Something I find interesting is that a lot of the special stage areas are there. There's just nothing there yet. Oh, God. Oh, stop, please. Okay, you need to... Okay, you don't need to get the fuck out of here. You're joking. Oh, my God. Oh, here we go again. Oh, no. Oh! He's learning. Oh! You're fucking kidding. Please. Die. In game. Yeah, like, there should be a special stage here, but there's just nothing here yet. So, like, the layout called for them, they just weren't implemented yet. But it's not like they were an afterthought, because they were planned around where are we putting these things. That is the worst. It's just the worst placeholder sound effect you could have found. Oh. It's even more unclear. Oh! This is spooky. Oh, you bitch. Oh, Tails, you bitch. That's why I don't bring Tails with me, man. Exhibit A. Well, that was nice. Well, we're here now. This is, Oh. Okay. Oh, nope. See, once again, like, the boss itself works. It was just, like, the arena that's unfinished. So they definitely prioritized the bosses, which, again, makes sense. Oh, it has some of the Sonic and Knuckles stages here, too. I wonder if they work. I just noticed that the icons in the lower right are from Sonic 2. That was an interesting place to start me. Why do they put water in this stage? I've never quite understood that. Oh, I hate everything that just happened in... Like, all of my senses are offended right now. Except for, I guess, smell and taste. But the rest are offended. It looked horrible, it sounded horrible, it felt horrible. Perhaps to the point of smelling horrible? Oh, oh no. Okay. I'm honestly shocked those things work. I could use some... Are there no rings? No, because I just got hit and lost them all. Okay, we're fine. They did make these things, like, less responsive. It feels. Maybe I'm full of shit on that, actually. This is maybe about the same. Knuckles just isn't here now. Yet, rather. He's not here yet. Was Knuckles even in this game? I mean, he obviously is, but... It almost feels like he wasn't a part of the... Oh, I hate everything about this. It almost feels like he wasn't a part of the original pitch. Like, they came up with him later. Oh, please, stop. Please, stop. Oh. So as a result, this part's never flooded, because he didn't do that. This is fine. I don't think I'm supposed to do that. Where am I? Oh, no. Well, I'm dead now. Well. Watch drowning doesn't work, and I'm really stuck here. Okay. I don't know if I hit a checkpoint, though. I did not. That hurts. I might as well have just started over. Oh no, I gotta listen to this again. Ugh. It's like actual physical pain. I can't describe it. This track isn't bad. I didn't really like Act 1 much, but this one, like, functions. It's stage music, you know what I mean? I don't know why the water's purple. You say that, but in Hydrosity it wasn't purple. So it might just be that, yeah, like... Because, like, I might be reading into that way too much, but the fact that the level select shows the Sonic 2 stages instead of Sonic 3's tells me that they basically just took Sonic 2 and started adding different stuff to it. So it would stand to reason that all of the stages are existing Sonic 2 stages, that they've just been heavily modified. So I guess maybe Hydrocity is just Aquatic Ruin, and then this was Chemical Plant for whatever reason? Yeah, let's not do that again. But then the water in Hydrocity didn't even have an effect on it. Like, Sonic's palette didn't change when... I guess it didn't do that here either. Also, have I even seen the Lightning Shield yet? I don't know if I have. So that just might not exist yet. Oh no. Oh no. Dude, I wasn't even doing anything. It just... I wasn't pushing anything on the controller. God, why does my neck hurt so much? Oh, fuck. Every time I look over to chat, there's like a twinge of pain. Like, where did this come from? Ugh. I must have just slept on it poorly. Well, I'm here now. Alright, well, I'm not doing this stage again. I guess I'm just going to assume that Flying Battery was in this point of the game. Sure is. It's very unfinished. Oh, it's hella unfinished. Big unfinished. So they must have already decided at this point that they were pushing it to Sonic and Knuckles and decided, okay, we don't need to finish this right now. But the music's done. Oh, that's... Ah, the Wall of Hex. Not to be confused with the Lost Hex. So yeah, Flying Battery just doesn't exist. Does the special stages work? What? This must just be... This is just a test for how the special stages work, I guess? So there's no, like, playable... This was just a tech demo for the special stages, I think. Does the second one do the same thing? Not quite, but yeah, again, tech demo. I can slow it down, I can speed it up, I can respawn it. Bonus shows Death Egg for some reason. Okay, that's pretty unfinished. So that's the launch yourself to the top special bonus stage. Is that even in Sonic and Knuckles? I think that's only in 3. And then this is the jackpot stage, which is also just doesn't function yet. Which, you know, I understand that those would be not pressing matters. Uh-oh. This is... I don't feel good about this at all. I'm going So fast. Okay. Everything's not. Oh, okay, that still happens. I'm bad. Yeah, this song fucks. That's supposed to be a lightning shield. I think. Okay, music's dead. Bad. What the hell? Drop dash is weird, man. Of all the ways to implement it, like, this was not the way, I'll tell you that much. Why are there big boxing ring bells in the back of this stage? I've never understood that. I don't think that's what they're supposed to be, but it's what they look like. Yeah, those. Ow. God, you can really hear how silent it is. Like, I'm gonna do a thing really quick. That's better. Uh-oh. Do. Later Tales. Didn't they make this closer in the final game? Like, so you have to use the spring here? That's rough. I think they made a good call on changing that. Oh, it's so hard. Okay. Oh, dude. It's so hard. I don't know how I did it the first time. Bitch. Okay. I don't know why that happened. This is the one that falls apart, right? So I just think this one doesn't work. Is this one of the more forgettable bosses in the game? Because I legitimately don't remember fighting this guy in the playthrough we just did. It was like 3 hours ago, and I just don't remember fighting this thing at all. Now, granted, I was probably supersonic at the time. That's probably why I don't remember. Oh yeah, I mentioned that this is the Sonic and Knuckles pick a word, brain. Is it mid-boss or mini-boss? It can't be mini-boss. It can, but it isn't. This is a Sonic and Knuckles version of that music, which makes sense if you assume that Michael Jackson had something to do with the other version, which is why they change it from the Sonic 3 version when you connect it to Sonic and Knuckles anyway. This is tedious without Supersonic. And it's so low threat. Alright, it's worth a shot. That's... I have no recollection of that being a thing. Everyone needs to apologize to the original Ice Cap. This is actually, like, a great tune. And I'm gonna drop a hot take on you. The quote-unquote official version of Ice Cap is, like, a 20-second loop at best, and it's not that great. Those are new. Oh, yeah. There's no water here. Interesting. Boing. Oh, these things sucked even in beta. Oh, good. Now Tails is here to fuck it up. That's fantastic. Oh, no. Tails, please. No, stop being so good. Thank you. Additional exhibit of why I never bring Tails with me. Why do you have to be here? This is definitely a boss that I don't care much for. Oh, it's way slower. Why? Why did they make it faster? This is way better. Too easy, though, now, so I get it. Aw, man. That's interesting. Like, it's actually here. The transition just isn't here yet. Honestly, this is taking longer than I expected, so we're probably not going to have time for a Knuckles playthrough in Sonic 3. Might still do it, I just probably won't finish it. Let's skip ahead to what happens in Mushroom Valley. I literally can't even start it. Nothing happens. Okay. This is a pretty shitty music track, I don't... Explosion sound. Dude, there's a lot of shit missing. I stopped trying to count what, like, sound effects and visual effects are missing, because there's a lot. I was gonna say that I ruined the music, but then the invincibility music didn't play anyway. That went for way longer. I thought we were stuck. Those birds are like a slightly different color. If you want me to really nitpick over things I'm noticing. Why would you put that there? That's mean, but that's in the main game, so... Oh, I thought I could make it. I didn't hit any checkpoints? Do the checkpoints not work sometimes? Or is there just much less of them in this? I could have sworn I hit a checkpoint. Tails is just kind of... He's just back there. Oh, okay. Alright. Ugh. I feel like this music would be fine if it just was not the final stage. Which I guess in the context of, like, 3 and Knuckles and Origins, it isn't the final stage, so... But still, I forgot that happened. This thing's, like, really wants to give you whiplash in this version. Help. I guess there haven't been any checkpoints yet. Yeah, there's usually one here, but it's not here yet. Oh, I forgot about that's so mean. Well, oh, huge. Oh. Oh, if you, no matter where you jump on this, you jump up. So, please don't kill me. Okay, that was almost worse. This is fun. Tails, you okay? Oh no. Just because they're loading Knuckles in? So, this part is already here? I wonder if, like, the Triple Trouble 16-bit remake, like, fan remake, used this music or something. Maybe that's where I recognize it from? Uh-oh. Well... Sonic, don't give me that fucking attitude. How many of these stages have we actually been able to finish? Like 5? Not many. Well, maybe not. There's been a number where, like, the bosses have worked. It's just, it doesn't progress you to the next act correctly. But I would count that as the stage being finished. Oh, that's not right. I'd love to hear, and maybe he's done some, I'd love to hear T-Lopes cover these tracks. And see what he can do with them. Because I don't think they're beyond salvaging. God! Right. Uh-oh. Oh, the pain. That jump scared me. Because I was like, I don't know if the spring is here yet. Uh-oh. Oh, the Robotnik monitors do exist. Damn. Wing. Oh. Boing. Okay. Super bad. Joker Persona and my Miku Racing game. I have mixed feelings about that. Because I think people, like, it depends on how funny they're trying to be. Because I think people that unironically refer to characters like that is extremely cringe. But I think when people do it to be funny, it's pretty funny. Okay, so that was, like, the most broken boss so far, I think. Oh no. What are you standing on? So this was all a thing. So, like, Knuckles had the role at this point. It's just in the earlier stages, it's not really implemented yet. I don't think this is going to take us to the boss, by the way. Oh, I thought the Jonkler part was a typo. I just meant referring to, like, his name being Joker Persona. That's very much a thing that people do on Twitter for the sake of engagement. Because then anyone looking for posts about Persona will see the post. And I kind of dislike when... Like, it makes sense in that context, but when people start using it in, like, actual day-to-day speech, it's kind of like, man, what the fuck's going on here? I think that's it. If the final boss is there and functional, I don't know if I can get to it. Unless debug works in this game. Which... it might, because I can use that to get out of stages, actually. You have the frame advance. I don't think the debug itself works, though. It's just the frame advance / slow motion. And the reset. I don't think the actual debug is there. I might have to activate it in some way, and I wouldn't know how to do that. Especially in Sonic 3 Vanilla. I know how to do it in 3 and Knuckles. And by extension, Knuckles, I guess? Oh. Do these exist? They do. This is, like, finished, amusingly enough. Like, this is, like, the final version of the game. Maybe some sound effects are missing or something. Also, it doesn't end. Also, if I can take my lap back. That's interesting. But still. Yeah, these all exist. What have I done? I jumped over the line, but they didn't error me on that one. That was interesting. I always thought this stage was cool because it loops around on itself. Like, you can see the other part of the stage, like, through the loop there. I just always thought that was neat. Like, Sonic's up there. I think many of these stages might do that, but I feel like it's the most noticeable here. I guess you can just jump over that and it doesn't give you a false start. Yeah, you can just jump over the start and get a get an early start. Oh, this one really does it too. You can really see it. Oh, I was just gonna let it loop. I guess I didn't even consider lives. I think all of the competition tracks are pretty good. Easily forgotten about, but pretty good. Alright, I checked bonus, I checked special stages. It's all the same thing. Oh, why is that causing as much static as it is? It's not pleasant. Why can't I go back from 0, but I can loop or... Okay, whatever. I really wonder what they were doing with Knuckles originally, because it does seem like he's here, but they kind of changed it over time. Some of it, at least. Alright. I said I'd go back to Sonic 3. We only have like 45 minutes now, so I don't think that's the play. I think it's gonna take... and I don't want to go overtime, I guess is the thing. Not tonight. Mostly because I'm very hungry and I've been drinking too much liquid, so... I want to go get something real to eat. And kind of balance that out. I'd be okay with doing something else for like 45 minutes, but I don't know what. I'm looking at the list to see if there's anything that's like, oh, I could do that quick. That's short. I think I'm also content to just leave it at that. Yeah, I think I might just end early. I don't really know what to do with 45 minutes. And I don't want to risk going longer in this particular instance. Because I could boot something up, but then if it winds up taking, like, 2 hours, then it's suddenly I'm going really late. And I don't know if I really want to do that. I don't know, part of me does, because it's only 1:30. Like, it's fucking early. Like, what am I gonna do if I stop? I'm just gonna either play Pokemon or I'm gonna play Sonic Racing. After I get something to eat. Yeah, man, original Ice Cap did nothing wrong. This is a perfectly fine bop. I do think Carnival Night and Launch Base whiff pretty hard. I don't think they're unsalvageable, but I think Launch Base would work fine if it was a different stage. But I think for, like, a final stage, that it just hits the wrong notes. Carnival Night's probably the least impressive of the three. Because it feels like that song never goes anywhere. Was that too different? A little bit. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do is I think I am gonna go overtime, but I'm going to get something to eat before I do that. I'm just gonna toss something in the microwave quick. But what do I want to do? Like, what are we switching to? Am I just gonna go back to Sonic 3 and do a Knuckles playthrough? Is that what I want to do? I don't know how long that's gonna take. Okay, I think we have 3 options. I have no idea how long any of these are gonna be, because I just don't remember. Well, one of them I've never beaten, so I have no fucking clue. The other one I just don't remember, because it's been too long. Knuckles will probably take, what, like 2.5, 3 hours? So we can do, and I want everyone's opinions on this, because I don't know. I'll flip a 3-sided coin if I have to, I guess. I can go back to Sonic 3, like, final, and do a Knuckles playthrough. I can play 3D Blast. Or I can play Sega Sonic the Hedgehog, the arcade game. I did get that working. I checked into that last night and I got it working. So those are our 3 options. I swear if each of you pick a different option, I'm gonna... I don't know if Dan is still there. I mean, he mentioned earlier wanting to catch 3D Blast, so that would probably be his vote if I had to guess. If I'm gonna get up and get something to eat, I should refill my water too. Let's finish my water quick, and then I can address that while I'm up. I think 3D Blast makes sense. I think that makes sense. I would assume that Sega Sonic the Hedgehog's not very long, but as an arcade game, it might be fucking impossible. So it might take some time to beat. I think I should start a stream with that one. Or at least be sure that I have more time to commit to it. I don't know, I kind of want to... I don't think I want to do Sega Sonic. I think it's 3D Blast or Knuckles playthrough through Sonic 3. I think it's 3D Blast. Because I just ran through all of these stages again. Am I going to want to do them all again as Knuckles? Maybe not. I am going to... So, I was thinking at one point during this playthrough, I'm going to change the negative something about Sonic and Knuckles to Sandopolis drags. I think that stage is, especially if you're playing just Sonic and Knuckles, it's the third goddamn stage, and it's just really long. Now, one thing that it does have going in its favor is that I would argue Act 1 and Act 2 are so entirely different that does help break it up a bit. But I'm going to change it back to that. And the reason for that is because I was thinking that it's almost unfair to hold it against Sonic and Knuckles that it doesn't have a save system, because if anything, it's weird that Sonic 3 does. Because, like, 3D Blast doesn't have a save system either. So if anything, it's odd that they added one to Sonic 3. Maybe that was them thinking ahead that they were going to do Sonic and Knuckles the way they did with the lock-on, and they realized that the save system would be necessary when the game gets that long. Maybe that's why it's in Sonic 3. Maybe that made more sense than having it in Sonic and Knuckles and then locking on to get the save system. Like, maybe, I don't know. But I do think it is maybe unfair to hold that against it. Alright, yapping aside, I think ads just played, so I'm not going to play ads again. That seems not correct. Seems like the wrong thing to do. This will be game 17. Game 17 out of 72. Now, granted, this list also includes, like, a lot of the racing games and such, so I don't think we're actually going to play 72 games, but it'll probably be in the 60s at least, if I had to guess. Okay, so I'm going to leave you here with Ice Cap. I'm going to restart it because otherwise he's going to die when 10 minutes come up, and I might be up long enough for that to be a problem. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and I'm going to refill my water, and I'm going to make something to eat. Because I am very hungry, and then I'll just chow down while we start 3D Blast, and ideally finish it. I don't really remember the last time I played 3D Blast, how long it was. So what I'll probably do is have, like, a cutoff point. If we hit, like, the 7-hour mark in the stream and we're nowhere close to the end, then I'll just be like, we'll come back and finish this another time. Almost back. Almost. Okay. Let's get all this switched over. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, Lan, by the way. That was fun. Yeah, that'll do. Oh my god. Computers. Keyboard is so shitty. Alright, I need to check something. So I was thinking while I was up. I wasn't planning on doing this, but I think we're gonna do it anyway. Is it still? Okay. 3D Blast came out in 96. November of 96. Alright, I might have to shuffle some stuff around here. We will see. If I even have it. Hold on. I do. Everything's fine. I hope this emulator can even do this. Come to think of it. Yes. That looks cropped correctly. That looks 4:3. Yeah, I love it. It's perfect. I think I'm gonna want to change controllers for this. I think I'm gonna want to work in it. I think I want the option of a working analog stick. Do I want an analog stick? That I don't know about, but this is different. Oh, right. I forgot that when we tried Sonic R, the emulation was really bad. I forgot about that. Is that going to be a thing here? Because that's incredibly choppy. Hold on. Might have to try other emulator. Bum bum. Bum 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 bum. This music is in Generations as well, which I didn't know about for a while. Go ahead and send it. Let me see what the performance is like. Might have to switch emulators. I don't want to, but I might have to. Oh, there's a map. Loading screen, probably. It mostly seems fine. It's like a little choppy here and there. Oh. Oh. Yeah, the audio's really stuttery. Alright. Uno momento. Please. Please, favor. No. I don't want to. Now is not the time. Let me... I don't fucking know. Update both of them. Whatever. Something I like about BizHawk is you can kind of just send it, and it just kind of takes care of all this shit on its own. Whereas this emulator is a little bit different. Oh, that doesn't sound much better. That might actually sound worse. And now it's not cropped properly, but I'll fix that. I missed the Sega! Which I think was only in the Genesis version. Or rather, like, that's the only game that they used that intro for. Ow, it's worse, and it sounds... and it's really loud. I apologize. Let me try the other core, and if this is a bust, then this is a bust. Oh, way better. Way better, but very loud. Way better, but very loud. And this shitty emulator doesn't have an audio setting, so I'm gonna have to bring up the volume mixer and do it manually. Oh, that was all the way up. We'll start with 50% and see how that sounds. That's still kind of loud. That's not kind of loud. That's loud. Let's not sugarcoat it. Down to 20%. Hit me. Yeah. Keep it moving. Yeah, that's better. Much better. Much more better. Emulators don't believe all the hype that they just work. It is a lie. So, little quieter still, you think? Think 10%'s good? It's still a little jittery, but it's not as bad. Let's see if it gets some gameplay cooking, and we'll see how it looks. Worst case, I can just play the Genesis version. I've never played this version, though, so that's why I thought it would be cool to check this one out. Oh, it has rain in it. That's neat. And fog. Oh, this is cozy as fuck. I really want to play this version. It is still demanding on resources. Can I do the, what if I do this? Is that gonna run better? Because I'll crop it down to that. I'll play it like that. Don't think I won't. But obviously I need to see if it actually runs better. When are you gonna play Sonic Free Riders on all difficulties? Get the fuck... Go to sleep. I don't... Come to think of it, I don't want to play it like this. This is terrible. Which is sad because it is kind of running better. I'm more fascinated by that bridge than I should be. This seems fine. Hold on, let me full screen it again. No, yeah, see, as soon as I do that, it runs like garbage. Emulators, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, don't believe the hype. Hold, please. I'm working on it. That's okay, right? With the exception of the giant achievement things in the corner that I kind of fucking hate. I'm gonna kick out of this. Oh, I can't even use the analog stick. Okay, in that case, I'm... There's a fucking map?! Excuse me?! That's not a thing I was expecting. Yeah! There's a little fucking monkey in the tree! He's just fucking hanging out. What a guy. And there's some fucking... I don't know what that is, but he's hanging out. He's mining. Moles, I guess? Where's the... There it is. Thank you for the follow. Alright, hold on. Can I turn off... How do I turn off the shit in the corner? Because I kind of don't want that on. That's kind of just in the way. Especially when the screen is smaller. Overlay settings? Active challenge indicator, none. Progress indicator, none. I'm okay with the achievements themselves popping up as, like, you completed it. I just don't want all the tracking stuff. And they're still there. I don't know why. I'm gonna guess the shield looks like ass. Nah, it looks okay. Okay, so with the troubleshooting, we didn't really get into the nitty-gritty of this. Yeah, I haven't played this version. I don't know much about it aside from the fact that it obviously has a completely different soundtrack, which I'm sure you've already noticed. Oh. Oh, the half-pipe's back. Look at that. Oh, fast. No. Cool. Dude, look at him go. It was... Hey, the music, it doesn't. It just took like 5 seconds to catch up. I was watching a video this morning where, it's the same channel I've been mentioning a lot of, and I've been watching his playthrough of Shadow Generations when it came out. I don't know why this made me think of it. But he was talking about how it's a great time to be a 3D Sonic fan because Frontiers slapped, Shadow Generations slapped out of this world. But Superstars was like kind of middling, and he was just kind of pointing out the fact that it's like kind of amusing that the 3D games are getting so good, but their 2D attempts are still kind of not great. And someone in his chat said that Sonic's having a hard time transitioning back into 2D, which I just got a real big kick out of. I can't see a goddamn thing. I can't see a goddamn thing. The camera when you're going up and downhill is not great. Oh, it's so flashbang? Yay. Well, that was cool. 3D Blast stages are like, special stages are kind of like fine. I don't dislike them, but they're kind of easy. Yeah. Oh. It was in fact shiny. Help. Doodly. Back. Doodly. So. Now I'm gonna assume this is the same as the Genesis version, where I can't get, like, multiple special stages in this stage or anything like that. So I don't see a reason to take my rings back to Knuckles. Oh, hey, now that the achievement thing's, like, cleansed, now they're gone. Cool. Love it. This game's a good example of how, like, Jank... What is he hanging off of? Why is he digging on the bridge? Whatever. Jank can be kind of fun. Like, this game controls like ass, but I think it's fun. And I think that's because the game doesn't ever... I pushed the wrong button, that's on me. I think the most offensive jank is when the game, like, designs around the jank. Like, they know it's janky, and then they put you in situations that are, like, extremely difficult, even though they know the game is janky and you're gonna have a hard time with it. And this game doesn't really do that, from what I remember. Is there an achievement for this? No, there's not. Which is weird, because they're... Oh, okay. Because there has been for the shields. Oh, I'm bad! I pushed the button! What do you mean? Please. Okay, this is going very poorly. Please. Stop running away from me, friend. But yeah, like, this game controls like ass. Like, don't get it twisted, but... I think it manages to be fun in spite of that. Which is a thing you can do. Again, like, the jank in Heroes is so offensive because that jank will get you killed, and then you just have to redo the whole goddamn stage, which is just a bad feeling. Like, that's where jank gets to be very offensive. This is unwieldy, sure, but it's, like, not offensively so far. That is an unprofessional ass-looking results screen, though. But if I remember correctly, Genesis 3D Blast is kind of similar. Not bad. I don't know how I feel about the music so far. It's fine, but I think Genesis 3D Blast has really good music. And I don't think this is really good, it's just kind of fine. But I might just be holding the fact that it's not Genesis chiptune against it, to be honest. No, I don't have enough. Why would you still take them? I knew that would happen, of course, but still, why? Why is that a thing? What? Oh, I have no recollection of that being a thing. It's still running a little choppy here and there. I'm under the impression that Saturn emulation just kind of isn't very good because no one really cares to make it any better, which is kind of fine. Like, kind of understandable. It's another platform that has to have, like, under 50 titles. Oh yeah, I think I remember hearing about that. That some random game had... I don't think it was that one. I think I heard that there was some game that, like, it doesn't even make sense for it to have an emulator in there, and it just does. I don't remember what it was. Oh, this is actually a lot to keep up with. Oh. I'm too busy. Can I go faster some way? Oh. Because why do those gates have, like, a number counting down? Does this, like, make me go faster? Oh, I'm not getting this. It doesn't feel like it makes me go faster. Thank you for taking all of my rings, Knuckles. I appreciate that. I wonder if... Can I take more rings back to him and get another special stage? Since I died? I know you can't normally, but maybe because I died? It's worth a shot. Oh. Cheeky. Alright, this is where the screen being small is hurting me. These stages move, like, kinda fast, and it's a little hard to see. Ugh. Oh. Oh. Ah. a little unwieldy, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, okay. Everything's fine. Whoa! Fucking spike jump scare, man. Oh, fast. Whoa. Yeah. I don't think I'd rate them separately. I don't think they're different enough. It's not like Sonic R where it feels like a completely different game. And I'm not really rating, like, soundtracks anyway, so that doesn't really take anything into account. So I'm now nearing the bottom of this new Mountain Dew flavor bottle. And I'm realizing what I don't like about it. And my roommate probably didn't notice this because it took me a moment to notice it because it's bad branding. This is Mountain Dew Zero. But it doesn't say Mountain Dew Zero. It's just the Mountain Dew logo, and in fine print it says Zero Sugar Dew. But I think that's really holding it back, because that's all ever since I opened it, that's all I've been tasting is the aftertaste of whatever fucking sweetener they use. As such, I won't be able to rate this one accurately. I don't have a Mountain Dew rating system. Maybe someday. I think I thought about doing a Mountain Dew tier list once, but like, there are so many flavors that are like exclusive to different regions and shit that I've just never tried and probably never will try. That I think it would be difficult to do. Special stages are totally different, but I haven't been taking those into account. Mostly because you can kind of ignore them in some games. The only ones I've been taking into account is when accessing them is awful. Because that was a thing in the advanced games, that even getting to the special stage was like a fucking nightmare. But even then, I think I don't think that's what I said was bad about the games, though. I think I found other criticisms anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, cherry lemon. Is it all zero sugar? I would appreciate it if it wasn't for the fact that it kind of tastes like ass. Like... When I was having problems sleeping, I was worried that that was some sort of blood sugar related issue, but now that it seems to be passing, and I didn't do anything to change, I don't think that is the problem. That is or was the problem, thankfully. Oh. Hey, little guy. Yeah, I would have to try it without zero sugar. I'm just not used to that taste, so that kind of overwhelms everything. And the water sweetener I typically use doesn't use... What does it say on here? I would assume it's probably, what, aspartame? The water sweetener I use doesn't use that, so... I'm just not used to the flavor at all. Yeah, aspartame. Wait, this is the same special stage. So we're not doing this for an emerald, are we? I don't understand the point of spinning. Maybe there will be a point to that in later stages. Oh, I can't see. This music's pretty cool. Good special stage music. Oh, I didn't make it. Everything's fine. See, why does that number count down? How do I go faster? That's what I don't understand. Like, that leads me to believe that you can go faster, but I don't know how to. I guess I could see it being a major thing if the special stages were, like, drastically different to the point that it would affect the rating in some way, but I would say that both these and the Genesis version special stages are both fine. I wouldn't say one is drastically better than the other. Overall, I like this one more, but I feel like the later ones might get really difficult. And it is kind of hard to see. Whereas the Genesis ones are just kind of shallow? I don't know. I don't... They don't feel very challenging. But I wouldn't say they're, like, just worse. No, I've tried a couple things. The only thing I was finding was the spin button, which doesn't seem to actually do anything. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break because ads are playing. In case anyone is ad locked and you don't want to miss anything. Also, I don't think this game has a timer on it, so we can wait here as long as we fucking want. So that's pretty cool. Strange that it's 0 sugar, but somehow still has 10 calories per can. Yeah, this is a bottle. It has 15. I mean, it's significantly less, I guess. But for me, like, especially now that I get the gamer subs for the flavored water, I'd rather... Which also has a different kind of sweetener, but it's... I've gotten used to that taste. I'd rather just have that over the aspartame, personally. Yeah, this game doesn't have a lap dance in it. Ding! Man, it's not an incorrect take. I'm not gonna be able to beat this in an hour. I just realized we're still only in Green Grove Zone. There ain't no way, bro. Unless I start deliberately, like, not bothering with special stages. Then it might start going a little bit faster. But I actually am trying to, like, explore a little bit. I kind of want to turn these little buggers in. Oh.
Forgot about you. That's the wrong button. Yeah, it's a callback to a conversation we had like last week. Because I was watching the, which I should probably link you to that, Dan. But I was watching the channel that does the like parodies of CinemaSins, but for video games, and then I checked out CinemaSins as a result, which I never had before. And then we were talking about how sometimes their criticisms of the movie is like not a criticism, they're just cracking a joke and then counting it as a criticism, which is dumb. But I mostly brought it up because of the fact that, oh, I just remembered. Because they have a habit of, sometimes there'll be a scene where they just say, skip! And I was like, that's it. That's what I've heard Dan say. And just like the cadence of how it's said. That's what made me think like, oh, I've heard this before. I don't know why that popped into my brain so easily, like, for seemingly no reason. Brains are a funny thing. That was a weird tone. Yeah, we're still in the first zone, and it's already been like 30 minutes. There ain't no way. Oh, okay. I understand. What was that hit sound effect? Was that the sound of the paper being crumpled in the recycling bin on a Mac? Oh, how does it home in? That doesn't even make sense. Oh. I guess it does have a damage sound effect, and then it has that weird... Oh, that's him picking up the ball. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Oh! Yeah. Bow, 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 bow. Yeah, that's fair. The music's fine, it's just not very Sonic. That's fair. Oh, this little guy. Bing, bing. Oh, that's cool. I like the little things of polish in this version. And that's why I said I'm not gonna, like, rate the version separately in this case, because this has, like, cool little visual polish like this. And, like, the bridges in Green Grove, but the soundtrack is just not as good. So it kind of balances out. Comes out in the wash, as they say. I think. Ooh, it sounds like Metroid music. Oh, I can't go back up there.
Disregard. Oh, I'm losing control. Right, alright. I'm gonna have regrets. Yup. Okay. Worth a shot. Like, yeah, it's pleasant. It's just, yeah, it doesn't fit Sonic. I think you nailed it. Like, it's fine. Again, this sounds like fucking Metroid Prime music. I don't know what those do. I'm gonna be honest. Well, I would have loved to go to Tails, but it's just not in the cards. Oh, foggy. Oh, I love this. This is cozy. Although it is a little hard to see, I'm not gonna lie. It has the same problem as Sonic CD, where the music doesn't loop properly. Which I understand why it doesn't, but that's still, I don't know, that takes me out of it a little bit. Personally. Okay. Every ginger ale has Health Canada high sugar content warnings, but Mountain Dew doesn't have warnings, even though it has way more sugar in it. Probably. Oh, the fog passed while I wasn't looking. Probably because ginger ale has a misconception that it's healthy and good for you. Just because it, like, calms upset stomachs and stuff like that. Whereas no one tries to pretend like Mountain Dew is healthy. I guess is the difference there. Like, you don't really need a warning when people acknowledge that it's not, like, super healthy anyway. That'd be like having warnings like that on alcohol. Like, people know alcohol's unhealthy. Which is why it bothered me so much, if you guys remember, way back in the day, on in the YouTube gaming days, people would get so uppity with you if they found out that you were drinking soda. Like, don't you know that has so much sugar in it? Yeah. That's what makes it taste fucking good. Like, what are you talking about? Which is like, you don't see people doing that to people who drink way too much alcohol and way too much coffee. Where it's like, oh, you know that amount is unhealthy for you. It's like, they probably know that. Maybe not with coffee, but with alcohol, I think people 100% know what they're putting in their bodies. They just don't care. Same with, like, cigarettes. I guess that's a better example, alcohol and cigarettes. Like, people know it's bad. They just don't give a fuck. I guess that's not accurate either, because people do point that out to smokers. Like, don't you know that's killing you? It's like, yeah, I think they do know. They just don't give a fuck. I guess the bigger thing to point it out then is just, hey, you shouldn't be killing yourself. Anyway. Yeah, it sounds like I have, like, a YouTube playlist running. More than a video game OST. ultimately, is it that big of a deal? Nah. Am I gonna dock points on the rating? Nah. It's not that big of a deal. I think my negative here is just unwieldy controls, I guess. Like, even though I said that, like, it's janky, but, like, kind of a fun janky, it's sometimes not. Come the fuck over here. Like, in instances like that. I will say, you need a good D-pad for this game. That would maybe be a thing. Like, if you have a controller with a shit D-pad and you're gonna try and play this game for the first time, I would recommend you don't. And I would recommend you get a better D-pad, because it is one of those games where it is gonna make you realize... You're gonna think it controls like ass, and that's coming from experience. Because, like, I played this as a kid, and I was kind of neutral on it. I didn't really feel one way or the other about it. It was fine. I never bought it. I played it on Sega Channel, so... You know, I didn't have that loss. I know you can break some of those. But then a couple years later... Which I don't know if they're on Steam anymore, but Steam used to have, like, a Genesis collection, and you could buy the games, like, individually for, like, $5 each. And I think I got, like, most of the Sonic games on there. If not all of them. As well as a couple others. Like, I think I have Rystar over there and such. I tried to play 3D Blast on Steam, and it was still a Genesis version. I don't know what controller I was using at the time, but I was like, this game fucking sucks. Like, I was like, this is bad. And it was just because the controller I was using sucked. And then I played it again. I don't think I played it again until the 2020 marathon on YouTube. And then I was like, oh, this game is, like, actually pretty good. Because I guess I just had a better controller at the time. At that time, I was probably using the PS4 controller, and that controller sucks, but apparently it was good enough, I guess. Can I break those, or am I supposed to just jump over them? I guess just jump over them. But yeah, you need good D-pad. For sure. Oh, I do have the blue one. Okay. I thought I lost one. And I was about to be a little salty about it. I got Sonic 3 and Knuckles for Christmas. That's when I got my Genesis, I got that and Sonic 3 and Knuckles for Christmas. Probably the Christmas of 94, but it may have been 95. And Sega Channel. That's when I got Sega Channel, too. That was big Christmas. I knew you could break some of these. Oh, I don't have enough. Maybe I'll come back. Apparently those don't hurt you? That was weird. I'm not gonna test that again. Oh, I'm back at the beginning? Where was the ring? I've forgotten. I forgot. Oh no. Not like this. Stock music vibes. It definitely Definitely a different composer, for sure. Ooh. I would assume. I would be shocked if this was June's anyway. Whereas I'm pretty sure Genesis 3D Blast was him. What in the... What in the... Okay. Bummer. Fuck, I needed that too. Nothing beats childhood memories. I don't know. Just I have some adult memories I'm pretty happy with. Fuck. Meringues. Not to say I have unpleasant childhood memories, but... I think it's easy for them to be as comforting as they are because it's more so that it's a simpler time. And while there are definitely upsides to being this... Why does this music make me feel retrospective all of a sudden? Oh, there ain't no way. Okay, good. I can just go around. Oh, there are definitely upsides to being an adult, but responsibility is kind of fucking ass. And I would go as far as to say there's no redeeming quality to it. So, like, would I want to be a child, like a kid again? No. Would I like to not have responsibility again? Absolutely. Eh. Why does the middle post hurt you? Oh. God, it even has the fucking chanting from Metroid Prime sound and ass. Oh, I hate it. I do think it's also worth pointing out that this game deserves a chance. Because now that I've already been playing it for like 30, 45 minutes, I'm starting to get a handle on the controls. Oh, I'm down here. Grab you, just in case I find any friends. Why are some of the tiles changing colors? Do you mean these? It's more that they're, like, uneven. and they're shifting under your weight. I love it. It's a nice touch. There's a lot of neat touches like that in this version so far. That's the wrong button, shithead. Why are you not spinning? Bitch. Are we good? We're good. Okay. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Whoa. Oh, do I have to get up there? Is that the joke? Oh! The hacks. See, I wish this game had a save system, because we could definitely come back to it. I guess maybe I should cut off after this boss. If I'm gonna have to redo it all anyway, I don't want to get too far. And there's no way I'm beating it without going severely over time, which I don't want to do. Save state? Unfortunately, that's not a thing on retro achievements. I could do it anyway and just not give a fuck, but if I'm gonna beat the game, I might as well get the credit for beating the game. Okay, depth perception's a hell of a drug. What? And yeah, I'm mixed on that. I think we were talking about that just the other night, about... because this would be a good use of a save state. There's nothing cheesy about saving your progress. But I understand why they don't let people use save states, because people will definitely do... I hit the boss once, save the state. I hit the boss again, save the state. I got hit, load the state. And that's, like, as cheesy as it fucking gets. So, like, I'm on board with that decision, but it is a shame sometimes. Because there are times it would be useful and not in a cheesy way. Oh. That wasn't so bad. Yeah. That's a rare achievement? So no one plays this game, is what you're telling me? That's the second level, bitch. How is that a rare achievement? That's crazy. Well, this level sucks ass anyway, so... I like this music track because it fits the stage very well. It's got like that old-timey casino jazz feel to it. I dig it. The melody's lacking, but... yeah, I feel like, even though I say that the Genesis soundtrack is good, I think only like 3 of those tracks are like memorable. And Ice is one of them. Also known as Diamond Dust. Alright. Like I said, I think I should probably stop here. Because I don't think I'm going to beat this without going extremely overtime. Because it's been about, what, like an hour and 20 minutes, and I'm only 2 stages in. So I don't think I'm finishing this tonight, and since there's no way to save my progress, I think it's probably better. I actually don't feel like I need the map system very much. It's cool that it's there, but it hasn't really come up. I'll have to try to remember that it's there in later stages, though. Yeah, I think it's probably a better idea to come back to this another night. I don't know when that'll be. We have a couple of nights this coming week that are like filler nights. So surely there will be time for it. It sucks. This is the first one that I like haven't been able to finish. That doesn't have a save system. That's a longer, this first shorter one that I haven't been. I guess I didn't. I guess I game overed on Sonic 1 Master System. I guess there was also that. It is what it is, I guess. Yeah, like I don't know. This is still like it's not a melody that's gonna get stuck in my head, but it fits the stage at least. Boing. Also, I guess there is a time limit. I don't know if that's problematic in this game. Also, are all the pause screens different depending on the stage? That's neat. That's a neat and unnecessary touch. But neat. Alright. Alright, that'll be it for tonight. Probably more Sonic tomorrow. I think we're gonna do Tails Adventure tomorrow. I don't remember how long that game is, so that's definitely a start the stream with it, because I feel like that could potentially take a whole stream. That's one thing that sucks about the older games, is just the fact that, like, they're short. Pacing them in streams is weird. Just because of length. But yeah, we'll come back to this at some point. I like this game, so I want to continue. It's just a time factor that's making it a thing not right this minute. But anyway, that'll be it for tonight. So thank you everyone for hanging out. Take it easy. I will probably be back tomorrow. And we'll do more Sonic. It's probably just going to be Sonic. I do want to do Sonic Unleashed for Halloween. I think we're going to start that on Thursday. Otherwise, I do want to do a stream to finish Pokemon at some point, which I should probably do sooner rather than later in case I don't finish it in one stream, come to think of it. I don't think that's going to be tomorrow, though. Maybe Monday. Anyway, thank you again for hanging out. Take it easy, and I will see you again soon.